Recording in progress.
2. Чек. Две, проба, 1, 2. Чек.
Уважаема госпожо
Madam Vice President,
Mr. President of the European Economic and Social Committee, who is going to be linked online, Your Excellencies, dear guests, dear friends, it's extremely pleasant for me on this Monday morning to begin the week discussing a topic which, of course, resonates with many people in this country. And this is the right time to express my gratitude for to the European Economic and Social Committee that Bulgaria is the first country where this kind of event is taking place. And there are many representatives of the EESC and also Bulgarian representatives, members either of the Economic Social Council or partners of the Bulgarian Economic and Social Council. This is the occasion when we'll discuss this information. Why precisely the Economic and Social Council will discuss this topic, given that these are issues which should rather be more suitable for politicians, the executive, the media to debate. I think, though, that we as representatives of the civil society, as the only entity in Bulgaria which represents the consensus, the opinion of Bulgarian employers, trade unions and NGOs, is precisely the entity that should discuss this topic. I belong to the generation which grew up at the time of disinformation, and we very well understand what's going on. Unfortunately, what's around us, day in, day out, is very difficult to find one's way through. While trying to prepare for this event this morning, I tried to find a definition for disinformation, but it turns out there is no such definition. In one of the explanations, it was called a philosophical category, another one a category in the information domain, because it is characterized as a substance. But unfortunately, there is no such definition. And then I remembered a book which I found very inspiring when I was a student, namely George Orwell's 1984. You may remember what was written on the Ministry of Truth. One was that ignorance is power, and I believe that when we all join efforts, formally or less formally, or through legislative initiatives, or wherever we can, we will deal with ignorance, because disinformation is what will bring each European country into instability, poverty, absence of economic growth. And that's why I would like to thank each and every one of you for your contribution and for taking part in this conference. I believe we'll set a good example to other European countries, and we will be able to join efforts so that in these very difficult years after the COVID crisis, after the economic crisis, in the context of a raging war, we would be able to find our way to common sense and feel we do our best. It's a pleasure to read out an address from the Speaker of the Bulgarian Parliament. Unfortunately, he cannot be with us today, but his address is very short, so I hope I won't take too much time. Ms. Rusinova, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, please take accept my most heartfelt congratulations on the conference Citizens Can Defeat Disinformation. As a Speaker of the Bulgarian House, it's a pleasure to welcome the participants in this event, the members of the Bulgarian Economic and Social Council, the European Economic and Social Committee, and everyone who is taking part in this conference. This is a very timely topic. Disinformation is a serious issue, and the society is facing various risks. The values of the European Union require the member states, the media, and the citizens to stand up against disinformation. And that's why this conference, which brings together the unions, the employers, the representatives of the civil society and NGOs, is extremely important, because this is a place where opinions can be exchanged and best practice can be presented. I wish every success to this event. It's a great pleasure that the Vice President of the country, Ms. Iliana Iotova, is with us today and will take part in the opening. Because it's not only the institution which she represents supports this initiative. This is also true of her personal contribution to our cause, which will be a guarantee for a successful start of the initiative in Bulgaria. Ms. Rusinova, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The year is 1835. One newspaper, the New York Sun, published a text on giant humans who are like bats, who look like goats, and they live in a polished castle. All that was seen by the English astronomer John Herschel, who was focusing his giant telescope on the moon from his home in South Africa. This paper published the story in installments, and every time the paper came out, there were huge queues of people impatient to buy the paper. They wanted to read the story of these strange creatures. The paper started publishing larger numbers, and in fact the story was invented by the editor-in-chief. Was this an attempt to increase the circulation of the paper? Was this the first occasion of fake news? You will probably find the answers for yourselves, because we don't know if this was a story. But according to the newspaper, this was presumably an investigation conducted by the newspaper, according to the newspaper. Today, when we talk to friends and read the social media, it seems that they replace the media, the press, and manipulation is rife, which at the end of the day requires no preliminary preparation. It's enough to have a device, a smartphone or a computer, in order to reach these means of communication. If in the past sending a message to the public required a lot, funding, finance, human resource, professionals, in the communication age, this is accessible to anybody. It's easy. There is no word in Bulgarian for that, but I would call it easiness. Easiness to communicate. And this easiness to communicate makes it very difficult to draw a line between the good and the bad, the truth and the untruth. You cannot differentiate between the professionals and the amateurs, the true journalists and the people who simply sharpen their pens. In this age of communication, a lot of ink was spent on publications about that, and I'm sure we did write a lot for today's event as well. Disinformation is one of the key challenges to democracy. Fake news hides behind strategies to weaken well-functioning institutions. Fake rumors and disinformation are a global threat, and this has been the case for a long time. one of these examples, which I just quoted to you, is just one case in point. But today, this is even worse because the digital technologies accelerate the speed of fake news proliferation. Today, we see a much faster flows of information, but also disinformation. I need not mention what we used to call infodemia at the time of COVID in the social media. At the time of this information environment, very often the platforms and the media publish only part of the original or an original without quoting the source, and this distorts the content and it also becomes fake news. Samuel Loren, one of those who studied fake news and who is one of the fact-checkers of Le Monde, says that his work feels like trying to empty the sea using only a cup. The global network is to be considered as only part and parcel of what billions of consumers read in terms of information. We can imagine the scale of this event. In 2004, the disinformation online was defined as one of the key trends, and very often this brings negative value. And Mark Twain said that the lies can go around the globe for as much time, and it takes as much time as it takes for truth to tie up the lace of its shoes. We need a producer, a consumer, and a distributor in today's world when it comes to the proliferation of news. According to Eurobarometers in April 23, 60% of the Bulgarians believe they can recognize this information. But is that really the case? This was the time when there was a lot of disinformation concerning the pandemic, the vaccines, and media literacy is very low. Bulgaria comes last on media literacy among EU member states. The index for media literacy within the initiative of European policies gives Bulgaria this place at the very bottom of the scale. The right of access to information is a fundamental right, and it takes a lot of thought in deciding how to protect it, how to defend it. This information means that every event should reach the audience in terms of text, picture, content. But add to that, ladies and gentlemen, D at the beginning of this word, everything we said now turns out to get exactly the opposite meaning. The public opinion is shaped up very often because of public or private interests, and in this matter, through electronic platforms, through the modern technologies, this disinformation can reach out everybody. It's very difficult to give a definition of a social network. And when Ms. Rusinova said earlier in a rhetorical question why the European Economic and Social Council would be talking about it, the definition should be online services which create resource for people who share their interests, who have shared interests or want to share their interests with other people. Their opportunities are to share their opinions through specific tools, namely Instagram, Twitter, etc. And that brings us to this fundamental human right. And when you start thinking about it, if we allow disinformation to overcome us, we give up our own rights. The struggle against disinformation can be seen from different angles, but at the end I would like to define just two of them: prevention and dissuasion. Prevention, saying it's better to prevent than to heal is valid in this case. Just as in every other battle, fighting disinformation requires the support of the state through specialized institutions, the regulators, the legal framework, and rules for using online platforms. For a long time, providers were fighting against any kind of regulation at the EU level. Now they start feel the impact of some directives and regulators which are defining the framework, but still we're very far from what we want to achieve. Let me quote France as a case in point, their regulator for the media. There is an entity which is only dealing with opposition to disinformation. This is not a bad idea, but it is much better to subsidize technical facilities which can fight disinformation. It's good to have a cooperation between the respective institutions and the providers. The second aspect is dissuasion. We have to support self-regulation. Legislation should require certain obligations for the companies which maintain the global network. Some fines or punishment should be in place not only for the writers but also for those who maintain the platforms. Legislation should set no barriers. Some of the providers and their algorithms support disinformation and its proliferation, and this is done intentionally. And all of that means that the disinformation can be far more attractive than true information. Disinformation can be a threat to national security. 21 French companies joined the fight against disinformation. And the fight, ladies and gentlemen, is a fight of words, and it is not easy. But it can only be won with words by true professionals. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Vice President Yotova for her inspiring speech. I do believe that when all of us join efforts, we'll be able to find the right way for disinformation to stop being one of the serious challenges before humankind today. It's a great pleasure today, albeit online, to invite Mr. Oliver Röpke, President of the EESC. This is one of the new initiatives launched this year. Technically, do we have a technical challenge? Sorry, there seems to be some sort of a technical challenge. So, I'm truly delighted to give the floor to Kirill Volchev, General Director of the Bulgarian News Agency. All of you have known him in his different career steps. I believe that one of the national bodies that could ensure the authenticity of information has a lot to say today. Vice President, Ms. Rusinova, the answer to the question, who should stand against disinformation, is in fact the title of today's meeting. Citizens are the ones who need to stand against that, not government, not public bodies. Disinformation needs to be fought against with more information rather than censorship. In fact, We can learn a lot from censorship history. Back in 443 BC, in ancient Rome, such an institution was put in place, which in fact gave rise to censorship's title. That was a censor who was first called upon to take stock of property and taxes, and gradually he was also confirmed the function of censura morum, which stands for supervision of mores. To take us to mid-last century, when Lolita, Nabokov's Lolita, was banned in the UK, was declared immoral in the US, completely unknown for the communist world because no one had ever heard of it, just like the communist world had never heard of George Orwell's novel mentioned earlier, 1984. In between the very idea of censorship and its birth and mid-20th century, we have the long dark ages with knowledge closed within the church through the uniqueness of manuscripts. Only a limited number of copies existed, a number of limited carriers of information, up until Gutenberg was born, invented the printing press, making information accessible to all. By the way, the final indexed edition of Index Liborum Prohibitorum, that's the list of books banned by the Roman Catholic Church, dates back to 1948. So what would I like to say with all that? We shouldn't look like the ones we deplore. It's rather sad to watch the news and within a single emission to hear that it is inadmissible to ban Russian media, and then in Russia, and then at the same time hear about Russian media being banned in Europe. You can prevent internet access, and I've seen successful fight against disinformation by suppressing the internet. I've been to the north of Korea for a week. You could stop mobile apps. Iranians are quite successful by banning those. I had a special permit to use apps banned for everybody else. You can ban media outlets. You can give sanctions for shorter or longer periods, but history teaches us that can never last forever. That's why we have to let information circulate freely, be readily accessible without limitations. The only way to fight against lies is by offering more information. How do we do that at the Bulgarian News Agency? First of all, we're trying to ensure as much information as possible through global agencies, all global agencies. Since I won't be able to stay to the end of this discussion, I would very much like my statement here to trigger here a discussion on a long-standing problem. People say that the Bulgarian News Agency disseminates the TASS news. Since the end of for over a year, what do our statistics show? TASS, that's to say, so all our sources are 210,438, 1,633 come from TASS, 0.5%, or out of 500, 4 of our informations come from TASS. I wouldn't agree for that source to be suppressed, because this is the only official information source about what's going on in Russia. It's for that reason that some of TASS informations are quoted by Reuters, Associated Press, France Press, Italian Answer, and so on and so forth. So we have to decide whether we want to know what those we don't agree with think, or do we rather hide behind the screen of the fight against disinformation, hide our heads in the sand and not know what the ones we don't agree with think. By the way, the Bulgarian news agency's history has seen such examples. There used to be secret bulletins in communism with a single copy intended for the communist leader Todor Živkov only. If, under the seemingly good disguise that will fight against disinformation and thus ban legitimate sources of information, the Bulgarian news agency will again need to produce secret bulletins for a limited circle of those in power, so that we could, after all, know what the ones we don't agree with think. Next, we've been trying to ensure as many sources of information as possible from national agencies, and we do that on a daily basis. Alongside the memoranda signed to ensure full access to information and news sharing, we added yet another thing. On a daily basis, we share one piece of news with our partners, one picked from the information flow. In the Bulgarian language, our agency disseminates 50 to 100 pieces of news in English. This seems to be way too much for the editors of other agencies. That's why we pick one piece of information that could be interesting for the world or neighboring countries, as naturally the interests in Asia, Africa, or our neighbors are different. And we publish that for them. We're aware that that piece of information could be propaganda, could be disinformation, but lies are a fact. And it's a fact we shouldn't hide. Quite the contrary. If someone lies, we'd better have everyone know that they lie. Furthermore, that type of partnership allows for in-depth knowledge of the processes in those countries. Those are processes global agencies tend to write infrequently, and oftentimes those are only the catastrophic pieces of news. And by the way, Bulgaria ranks among those. Only certain type of information comes out about our country, and not every day at that. We've been trying to ensure information from as big number of correspondents as possible from the region Bulgaria is the most interested in. That's the Balkans. We've started resuming the Bulgarian news agencies network of correspondents. In the end of communism, beginning of democracy, we had 30 of those. Now it's reasonable to limit ourselves to correspondents in neighboring countries and the countries on the Balkans. By the way, BTA has become the seat of the Association of Balkan News Agencies since last year. We've had correspondents in Skopje, in the Republic of North Macedonia. In fact, BTA, the Bulgarian News Agency, is the only everyday source of information that lets us hear things that don't appeal to us, things we don't agree with, things that are oftentimes sheer lies. But isn't it better to know that in a country we border with, such thinking exists, and people there know things we'd rather not hear about at all. We have a permanent correspondent in Bucharest, in Romania, in Ankara, and our intention is to also have correspondents in Belgrade and Athens. Furthermore, we have correspondents among the Bulgarian diaspora the Bulgarian communities in Serbia, in Bosilegrad, in Tara-Clear in Moldova. And I do hope that next week we'll also be able to open a national press club of BTA with a permanent correspondent in Odessa, in Ukraine. Because no global agency, and regretfully not even the Ukrainian national agency we work with, Ukraine 4, do not publish any information concerning around 200,000, and it's difficult to even have the exact number, 200,000 Bulgarians in the area of Ukrainian Bessarabia. Should you read BTA, you'll be able to hear what's happened after the burst of the Kakhov's water power plant, what has happening to Bulgarians in the area of Kherson. And the representative of the Bulgarian Association, Khan Kubrat, there reports on that. You can hear about Global or Ukrainian or TASS telling the story about the assaults on Odessa. The Bulgarians there, from the Malenkov's family, could tell you about what's been going on in their neighborhood, on how a neighboring block of flats has been attacked, or how in Belgrade, city populated with predominantly Bulgarians, 90% of the population is Bulgarian. When I was there in March, they'd already had 19 victims, and they'd started naming streets after those casualties. So the next response to disinformation would be to have more information from a wider range of educational sources in the area of education, culture, science, research, specialized business information, which regretfully most Bulgarian media outlets can't possibly afford, both in terms of human and financial resources. Regretfully, oftentimes reporters on culture are also in charge of finance and defense. So guess which topic prevails in their interests and where cultural news is pushed. Last week, since BTA now has specialized correspondents, and the purpose is to have one of those in all planning regions and to have one on culture and another one on business and economy. So last week's interviews and statements after performances of participants in the Varna Summer International Theatre Festival, which BTA reported on, just as we report on politicians, we follow them and we make public each of their words. So I'd like to assure you that I heard much wiser and smarter things from representatives of the Bulgarian artistic and creative elite rather than what the media quite eagerly and keenly disseminate in terms of what is being said in our parliament. So it's a gap the BTA has been trying to fill in. That's the gap about the knowledge about Bulgarians in the world. So we have a specialized section on that. So disinformation could be fought with more disinformation, or used to words of foreign origin. Those are background and context. Those two are largely missing in Bulgarian media. The way to help people to find their way among the ocean of information is by connecting things, by reminding them of how something started, how it's evolved, and where it stands today, and what context things unfold in. The true way of helping oppose disinformation is by supporting traditional media. That could happen, as it happens with BTA, through free access, well-funded public service media, which, in my opinion, should not use advertising funding, which is anyway insufficient for the private media, because this will leave room for businesses to responsibly support authentic journalism. BTA will keep providing as much as possible true information. Other media are responsible to select, order, combine, analyze, and comment. Most importantly, though, our societies, the societies of free nations, have to prefer journalists to influencers. In so many ways, we have to promote responsible journalism, which implies supporting editorial responsibility. For instance, at the BTA, our press conference rules, I introduced the rule that only the press, only journalists attend press conferences. Those are journalists for which a media outlet or journalist organization takes responsibility. When influencers or bloggers with their cameras or videos, when you let them in free of charge at the Louvre, that needs to be reconsidered. Our societies, however, are fully aware of who is to be held liable of the things they say or write. Most importantly, we shouldn't limit sources, and we've seen such aspirations from circles that don't like what they hear, what they see, and once they see a different opinion published somewhere. The most important thing is, what really matters is to know the source, to know who talks about us. I'd like to draw your attention to a rather unbecoming fact here. Our hosts, the House of Europe, where institutions such as the European Commission and the European Parliament are accommodated. They do love off-the-record meetings where they tell journalists some things and then with the comment, "Don't quote me." So they test out some of their arguments, and then if they find that convenient, they wash their hands, and then someone more responsible would come out and reject what the anonymous source must have said. Indeed, sources need to be protected, but we have to protect sources that are not in power, not sources with power in their hands. That's why Europe has also a long way to go. And if we are to truly fight against disinformation, anyone uttering whatever word, anyone from whatever EU institution, they need to know that they would be quoted with their name, position, exactly what they say, rather than wash their hands with the media who did that. By the way, we have a horrendous example of what it means to quote a well-informed source, if I'm not mistaken, one from the US Special Services, during a night when Associated Press, very well informed from an excellently informed source, said a Russian rocket struck Poland. up until the morning, it transpired that that had not been quite the case, that was an incident with an Ukrainian missile that accidentally made it. But if you remember the debate in that night, BTA quoted Associated Press back then. And then I'm faced with a choice. Once we informed them that we're not going to quote well-informed sources, should they be people in power and could very well come out with their name. Now I've been asking myself whether we shouldn't go further and stop quoting global and well-informed agencies which take the liberty of mentioning excellently informed sources without identifying those. The next valid rule that could help us against disinformation is to always have facts first and assessments next. By the way, that's precisely what BTA is in charge of. However, assessments and conclusions of others, even though we might not like them, even though they might contain a lie, we should mention that X and Y told that lie. Then all media would be able to make the required analysis of it. But most importantly, if we are to really fight against disinformation, is to be more convincing than the ones who disinform for our recipients. And that can't happen if we stop them, if we ban them from saying anything. Let me not remind you of the only way to stop them. That's North Korea with no internet access, or Iran with no access to apps. There's no way to stop disinformation, a piece of disinformation, but there are many ways to be more convincing. And should we not like it that disinformers prevail at times, this means that they are more convincing. Let's have a look at ourselves first, because we're the ones that need to prove rather than expect faith, as in the Middle Ages, when only a handful of clergy knew while everybody else needed to believe in what they were read. By the way, at times, we need to be a bit more condescending to some untrue things we read, because there aren't hellish hidden agendas behind all untrue things. At times, it's not disinformation, it's misinformation, where the untrue, misleading content doesn't aim to cause harm, although it does so. So the simplest thing to do then is just to correct that, rectify that, and more importantly, not condemn in a rush. Because let's take it that people tend to make mistakes, because eventually we need to focus more on natural intellect rather than AI. The true fight against disinformation is with enlightened individuals, enlightened that beyond someone with a formal university degree, those are people who've been taught to tell apart true and untrue, truth and lie, and eventually good and bad. That can only happen through more knowledge. And in fact, our world needs to go along the uneasy way. And I constantly take part in different fora of big information agencies where the focus is on how to make more money. And so what for a new app is it that you have? What else did you log so that you could sell it better? Still, information, knowledge is not for sale on the market. And our societies have to realize that if they're to fight with those who disinform, and they disinform free of charge, to fight them, and I mean that they disinform us free of charge, free for those who use the disinformation. We don't pay for it, while we make people pay for authentic, truthful information. You pay for truth, lies are free of charge. That's why, by way of conclusion, I'd like to say that news are the right to information, and that doesn't have to be limited. And it's for citizens to stand against lies in news. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirill Volchev. Thank you for this very accurate description of very topical issues indeed.
So, Mr. Oliver Ropke, can you hear us?
Yes. Good morning. Good morning, President. Good morning, Veronica. Thank you for giving me the floor. Unfortunately, I have an echo here. I hope you can hear me. Dear Zonica, dear Vice President, the Republic of Bulgaria, dear President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm pretty cool. So we try to solve this. What can we do? I mean, really. Oh, they hear me. They hear the translation as well. Oh, they hear you. And there's the translation. Okay. I hope it works like this. I'm really sorry, but I can hear the translation here, and I hope you can hear me. But please accept my apologize for the technical problems we had here in the meeting room. So I had to move into my office, but I hope it works now, and I just assure you that it's a pleasure for me to intervene in this conference, even if the preparations for our plenary session and the last presidency today have kept me in Brussels today. But this conference is extremely crucial from my point of view. This conference, accompanied by an awareness-raising campaign on social media, could be the first of a series of events the committee is planning to organize against information, and I'm really grateful that the National Economic and Social Council of Bulgaria is organizing this important conference with that. The fight against disinformation is a priority for the EESC as well. As explained also in my manifesto, the committee will be acting in this field in view of the European elections and in general throughout our current mandate. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to go a bit more detail in our topic of the day. As we all know, the topic of disinformation is ranking high in the EU agenda. And I can assure you that it is also high on the list of priorities for my presidency of the European Economic and Social Committee. There's a very good reason for this. Disinformation, now also complemented by war propaganda, is used to blur reality and speech discourse, thus making an objective debate impossible and disparaging a sense of shared reality. We should not and simply cannot afford to be naive. This is part of a new hybrid warfare toolbox that should be addressed as such. Disinformation weakens the fabric of our society, aggravating economic and social problems. It is a highly cost-effective governmental lever of pressure and a profitable business for a set of actors. We have already devoted a number of opinions to disinformation, underlying its negative effects for European democracy, and we supported the Commission advising them on the code of practice on disinformation in the framework of the Digital Services Act, the democracy and integrity of elections package, the action plan against disinformation, the communication on the spreading of disinformation, and soon on the defense of democracy package. We also issued an opinion on how media is used to influence social and political processes in the EU and Eastern neighboring countries, where we underline the importance of encouraging a bottom-up approach made of partnership, transparency, and education to counter disinformation. We also insisted to promote quality journalism and its reputation. As you can see, there is no silver bullet against disinformation, but rather a whole of society approach. That is why I want us to actively support civil society in the fight against disinformation and foreign interference. We are highly conscious on the major challenges ahead. Next year, as I said at the beginning, the biggest democratic moment in Europe will take place. Such a crucial moment in our democratic life needs to be well prepared in order to ensure that everyone has a possibility to be heard. European citizens have the right to make their choice based on factual information. And I think we must all contribute to a campaign that there is no place for disinformation and foreign interference. To this extent, we are waiting with special interest for the European Commission's Defense of Democracy package that was announced in the last State of the Union event. I was exchanging about it with Vice President Jourova last week, and I am looking forward to cooperating with other EU institutions on its implementation. The committee thinks we need a collective response on how civil space can be safeguarded and developed by listening to those affected. And we are ready to bring such cooperation to a higher level. For example, through the creation of a civil society forum on fundamental rights, democracy, and the rule of law, for which we have been calling for years here in our committee. This information could rightly be one of the aspects considered by such a forum. But the contribution we are making today is the very conference which we organized together today with the Bulgarian Economic and Social Council. I would like to thank the Council again for this opportunity to start our campaign in Bulgaria, and also to thank the European Commission's representation for the hospitality today. The day of the conference marks the first stage of the campaign on social media aimed at raising awareness on disinformation and how to avoid its threat. In Europe and on the other side of the Atlantic, we are lucky to have extremely competent NGOs working on fact-checking and debunking, as well as initiatives from national states and European institutions pulling together in the same direction. We also have a platform, the European Digital Media Observatory, which functions as a cooperation hub for independent fact-checkers and researchers. I want the ESC to step in, making these tools and initiatives public. We have well-established networks of civil society that can help spread the message and significantly increase its outreach, for example, in partnership with the National Economic and Social Council in EU member states. Another example, which is important to me, is the candidate countries. EU membership requires legislative, economic, and societal changes that will eventually lead to the important result of becoming full members of our European family. And we see that there is a wide understanding in those countries about the benefits of the changes to be made. We equally witness growing and obvious disinformation campaigns suggesting to the people that perhaps it is not worth it, that their country should choose another path and different alliances. We can see how this narrative is biased by foreign influence. To call a spade, this is coming from mainly from the Russian Federation, which isn't the only actor, but certainly the most active state trying to push these countries away from their European aspirations. As we have seen time and time again, these messages are running contra the interests of those countries. But how can we pass the message to their public opinion? I think we already have the answer, through a direct engagement with the citizens. The ESC, our committee, has a well-functioning dialogue with the civil society in the candidate countries. This channel is crucial to make the views of civil society from the candidate countries heard on questions that concern their relations with the European Union. We can see this particularly in the case of Ukrainian civil society, which is continuing its work with our committee, and the relationships are even closer and strengthened during this awful time of war. Our neighbors also received support specific aimed at tackling this disinformation threat. Last month, the EU adopted an €8 million package to support the cybersecurity and social cohesion of the Republic of Moldova and to address disinformation. In April, the EEAS sent a civilian mission to the country to enhance the resilience of its security sector and to counter information manipulation and foreign interference. For the work against disinformation to succeed, it will be crucial to speak up, but also to listen to the concerns and views of ordinary citizens. It will be necessary to create alliances with journalists, with media, independent organizations, and to make sure that all these actors are really empowered in the fight for a more open and democratic debate. Once again, there is no silver bullet. But the committee is ready to play its role and to discuss with all the interested parties what the next initiative could be to enhance the transparency and the inclusiveness of the public space. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Vice President of the Republic, dear President of the Council, I'm really looking forward to the results of this conference, and I hope it will be the first, as I said at the beginning, of a series of similar experiences, both in the EU, but also in neighboring in candidate countries. Thank you very much for your attention. Once again, I look forward to the results of this conference, and I will follow the conference. Thank you very much, and I wish you all fruitful debate.
Благодаря много на Оливер.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver Röpke, for your intervention. There were technical problems, unfortunately, but still, we are grateful for your participation. This was the first opening panel. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, you have the opportunity now to discuss what we heard so far over a cup of coffee. For me, however, it's really important that the message of the opening panel was that disinformation is a tool of power, of the powers that may be. If we want to live in a democratic society, if we all want to live in a society where everyone can speak the truth, we have to join efforts. And that's why I was so happy that the European Economic and Social Committee take up this initiative. It's an opportunity for the unions, the employers, and civil society organizations to join efforts, and thus the media will hear us. On the other hand, we can exercise some pressure on the legislative and executive branch to do their job. In Bulgaria, there are a number of topics we have to discuss when it comes to disinformation, starting with the health issues, the COVID crisis, the war in Ukraine, the Eurozone. This is a topic that we decided to work on together with the European Economic and Social Committee, because we believe that the information should be available to the citizens, and this information through social media and the public media should be accessible to the citizens, and the voice of the civil society should be heard. We have representatives of the Bulgarian Economic and Social Council, members of the European Economic and Social Committee. We have representatives of the three groups in the European Economic and Social Committee. We have partners from academia. We trust that young people are the ones who should support us in all these initiatives. We would also like to thank the members of the diplomatic corps who are with us today. There are representatives of practically all embassies with us. There are also active organizations of the civil society who are with us as well. And we believe that the deliberations in the course of this meeting will be summed up and give us a good foundation to continue our work on. Thank you all.
ще го даваме. Вие няма да се занимавате с него, като дойде.
По-скоро е добре да идват хората при него, защото
добре.
с камерата не мога да ги следя.
Айде.
Всяка една точка.
Така ще им казваме, то не е голямо толкова да се разкарат. Добре, така правим.
1, 2, 3, проба. 1, 2, 3, 4. На една педия би трябвало. 1, 2, 3.
Като си говорим на нормално разстояние, се чува добре, но като се вътре в Б и почва неприятно.
Премодулира. Има ли нужда от още проби да правя?
Едно, две, три, проба. 4, 5, 6. Едно, две, три, 4, 5, 6, проба. Едно, две, три, проба. Серфим. Фокус. Тук фокусирай.
това е така. Този модел може да покаже специално младите, които са министри, защото да могат да разбират. Понеже прави нашата измислена депутатни отсъдници, прави експеримент, сайта се експеримент, само песен и песен. Алгоритъм още цял месец ми изкарва такива неща. И то не е само Spotify, те всичките неща и TikTok, така нататък. Примерно, ако гледаш страшно видео.
I will send it to you.
Да.
Okay.
Thank you. Now you go in the front, Mr. President.
Yes.
Добре, да. Sorry for interrupting, but...
Please sit in front because you have been late and I couldn't find you.
Sofia is my second city. Now, thanks to Dr. Angelova, I'm, of course, it's now very close because I'm living in Saloniki. Black Sea, a lot of time I refuse to go to Varna because Dr. Angelova wants to transfer all of us to Varna because she is fanatic for Varna, I understand. But my birthplace from Saloniki is 2 hours now, nothing. Yes, no. Yes. Yesterday night she invited us all to Exit. Yes.
Ще чакаме ли за начало на канала? Не, било някъде на Иван Андреев. Не, тогава няма да я чакаме.
Формулирахме го всичко и ще видим само една дата, ще видим за едно заседание, смятаме да...
Красив мой, няма нито една дата в България, може да се измерява.
Нищо ще бъдеш онлайн, аз ще бъдем. Ще пишеме социалната комисия. Знам, виждам те, но ти ще бъдеш онлайн, само ми кажи кога горе-долу. Аз ще ти пратя някакво възможно. Защото и аз съм също.
Просто с газа, но съм жалко.
Но едно.
Не, сега трябва да я попълня. Аз напиша мейли, като стигна до нея в някакъв момент. Надявам се да.
Еми, няма как да не ви обгрижвам тук. Извинявайте много.
Няма нищо, съм много жалко.
Hello, Georgis, do you hear us?
Включат ли се? Заповядайте, уважаеми гости.
Colleagues, guests, please take your seats. We're about to start our first panel discussion.
Уважаеми чуждестранни и български
Panelists, Bulgarian and international, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, members of the European Economic and Social Committee. This event is the first one of a series, as Ms. Rusimova has said, that's a series of events initiated by the European Economic and Social Committee's campaign entitled Citizens Can Defeat Disinformation. This campaign intends to improve awareness as a tool to counter disinformation. As you've heard, the campaign was initiated and launched by the European Economic and Social Committee several years ago. The European Commission has also had a series of initiatives against disinformation, as it is a problem that has been amplified by the extensive use of the internet. Disinformation is not a new phenomenon. It's existed ever since humankind existed. And on a more joking note, before the serious discussion that's coming up, I'd like to show you this 6th century cartoon. Oh, sorry, 16th century. It's entitled Disinformation, and it illustrates the process and key purpose of disinformation. As you can see, the prevailing majority of people are confused by fake news disseminated with the aim to have a small number of people gaining profit. At today's conference, we'll share opinions on what the civil society could do to counter disinformation. Indeed, as you've heard, in the opening panel, enhanced personal awareness of each citizen is the best tool to fight disinformation, as it helps people find their way in the information flow. It helps rebut fake messages. It helps our fight against disinformation. When we're to discuss the topic of citizens can defeat disinformation, we shouldn't forget the tools and mechanisms available to citizens in that fight. First of all, that's the legal framework of the relevant and applicable domestic legislation. What's the Bulgarian legal framework? What tools does it offer? And I'd like to make a brief overview of those. Indisputably, an important tool is citizens' entitlement to file complaints with the competent public bodies. Most Bulgarian legal instruments do not accept anonymous complaints as grounds for investigation. We wonder whether those rules shouldn't change, especially when there's sufficient preliminary information of intentional disinformation. Another tool under Bulgarian law is the Act on Assemblies and Rallies and Demonstrations. That legal instrument expressly states that under that act, citizens are free to express opinions, views, positions on different matters, including on disinformation. Which Bulgarian public bodies are the ones to limit and prevent and sanction disinformation? First and foremost, those are judiciary bodies. According to our Code of Criminal Procedure, libel, defamation, transfer and broadcasting in any way of untrue information, misleading signs, or alarm which could be considered disinformation are criminalized in our criminal law. The question still remains whether the criminal code provides for all forms of disinformation. Quite naturally, further to the criminal code, citizens can enjoy also protection under our civil law. That's protection against disinformers. There's a legal instrument entitled Consumer Protection Act, which informs of disloyal commercial practice, fake consumer response reviews, a practice which falls within the scope of the Consumer Protection Commission that's entitled to sanction such practices. Please note, of all ministries, only the government ministry rules of procedure provide for measures to counter disinformation. Several national strategies exist that provide for disinformation activities, such as the National Security Strategy, the Communication Strategy for Information and Publicity of Bulgaria's accession to the Eurozone, and the updated National Strategy on Cyber-Resilient Bulgaria. I've only pinpointed some of the key aspects of our legal framework of countering disinformation at the national level. I will now let our panelists share their views and positions, and I do hope for a fruitful discussion. This panel's agenda envisages hearing 4 key positions on the topic to be presented by Mr. Dimitriadis, Ms. Stolmeyer, Mr. Petrov, and Mr. Tsekov. We have a list of interventions by Mr. Plamen Dimitrov, Mr. Korkovelos, and Mr. Bogdanov. After we hear from our panelists and the interventions, we'll have 15 minutes for discussion and sharing opinions. Given the time we have and the number of speakers, I'd suggest that we stick to around 5 to 7 minutes for each of our panelists and for each intervention. I'd like to now turn it over to Mr. Dimitris Dimitriadis, member of the employers group of the EESC since 1999. He's also president of the external relations section of the EESC since October 2020. He was president of the EESC between 2006 and 2008 and 2004 and 2002-2006. So he also holds some other important positions at the European and national level, the national level being in Greece. Mr. Dimitriadis, over to you. Next, we'll speak Ms. Alice Stolmeyer, who will join us remotely.
You can imagine that for a Greek, it's a great pleasure to start the week in Sofia for obvious reason, and especially a Greek from Thessaloniki, because you can imagine that now with the new highway, every summer hundreds of thousands of Bulgarians are with us in Chalkidiki to join the vacation, and hundreds of thousands of Greeks, they pass now vacation in Sofia, and this is a great event for all of us. Thank you for your participation here. First of all, I would like to say very few words about the European Economic and Social Committee, because I am totally sure that some of you don't know exactly what it is, this European institution. EESC is one of the 5 European institutions. We represent the civil society organizations, the employers, the trade unions, and the civil society organizations. Officially, we are one of the 2 advisory bodies to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the European Council. We have established with the treaties in Rome, 1957, and we are working closely with all the European institutions. I had the great privilege and honor to be the president at that period of the external relations, and we have decided, the committee has decided to start these events around Europe. This is the first one, and the second one most probably will take place in Greece. We haven't decided yet all the details, but most probably. But we started from Bulgaria because at that period Bulgaria plays and will play, I'm totally sure, a crucial role in the European history, and I will explain immediately why. I don't know if anybody can accept now, after the war in Ukraine, what Francis Fukuyama, one of the most important international author and professor in the Harvard, that 25 years ago, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, started the end of our civilization and our history. And also, I don't know if anybody agrees with Thomas Friedman, one of the most important New York Times columnists, who is saying that we are living in a multilateral, multipolarist world now. But for sure, after February 2022, everybody understands that we are living in a totally different world. the world has changed dramatically. Our history changed dramatically. Our civilization will change dramatically. And it's not only because a war started for the first time after 70 years in the European continent, but because this war changed the whole approach in the historical events. Everybody understands that now we have a totally different period of the relations between China and the United States. Everybody understands the role of the EU in the world. Everybody understands how important is the role of Africa in the world for the supply chains and the critical raw materials. Everybody reads articles every day about the role of the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. The world is changing, and the world is changing, and the world is changing dramatically, and everybody will see the changes not after 5 or 10 years, but tomorrow, and the media plays the crucial role. And now I'm coming to this important topic, disinformation, and what it is disinformation. The title of this event, it is Citizens Can Defeat Disinformation. But we can use, and I can use another title, Citizens Can Protect Democracy and Our European Values. For this reason we are here, the European Economic and Social Committee, to communicate with our counterparts, the Bulgarians' counterparts and our friends in Bulgaria, and to transfer the message that Bulgaria, and not only Bulgaria, the whole Europe must work together under very close relations. I read a few days ago an article from Kristalina Georgieva about the importance of the accession in the Eurozone. Kristalina Georgieva, everybody knows, I think my friend in Bulgaria is a very well-known economist, and not only that, said in this article that the entrance, the accession in the Eurozone will stabilize the economic system in Bulgaria. And this is very crucial, not for Bulgaria, because Bulgaria and all the members of EU plays an equal role in the European system. Just to remind you what happened 6 years ago in my country, Greece was under bankrupt. Greece was in the biggest crisis after the Civil War 1945. Greece was in a big societal crisis and not only economic crisis. And who protect Greece? Only the European Union. Of course, after a good intervention from the United States. Who protect the democracy in Greece? European Union. Who gave the solidarity to Greece? Only European Union. For this reason, it is important for all the Bulgarians, for all the Greeks and the European citizens to know exactly what Europe is and what is the role of disinformation. Disinformation tries to change the approach of the citizens for all our values. The European values are the most important values in the world because Europe, and I had the pleasure to be very close with the Vice President of the European Commission, the Greek Commissioner, Margaritis Kinas, who is the Commissioner for the European Values. It is the only, maybe one of the most important powers which protect the values in the world, our human rights, our democracy. And not only that, European Union plays a crucial role as the protective power in the world for all the international values. Bulgaria must work on that, must be closer to the European Union, must make as soon as possible the accession in the Eurozone and in the Schengen. It's important not only for Bulgaria, but also for Europe. What happened with the media, Mr. Veltsev explained to us a few minutes ago. He has better experience than me. But everybody understands that today, using the social media, everybody can attack our values. Everybody from around the world. And this is not the only problem. The problem is that behind the attacks in our values, it is some specific powers in the world. And it happens for geopolitical reasons. It is not an innocent habit. It is because they try to destroy our solidarity and our common approach and our common work for the future. This is the main problem for the disinformation. It is to destroy what we try to do together. The European future belongs to the European countries, and Bulgaria is one important European country. I'm not telling that Bulgaria is a small country or a big country. Don't forget that I'm a Greek and I know exactly for which country I'm talking. Also, Greece is a small country. Finland is a small country, but all together we are a very strong, united team. And we need Bulgaria between us. We need Bulgaria in the Eurozone. We need Bulgaria in the Schengen. Disinformation tries to change this project. I strongly believe that it is not an easy task to protect the people, because I can understand that someone who is working in Stara Zagora or in Plovdiv, it's not easy to receive the correct information. It's impossible from the millions of information in the world every day to understand what happened behind the curtains. But we have the right, and not only the right, the responsibility to protect our people, all the Bulgarians, all the Greeks, all the Europeans for this disinformation. We will try with this kind of seminars, conferences in Europe to pass the message that it is necessary all the people to understand that behind the informations are big powers playing very dangerous games for our society and for our European values. For this reason, we will continue to work on that. We will continue to work with the Bulgarian Economic and Social Council, and I'm thankful to the President of the Bulgarian Economic and Social Council and the members, and our members for this excellent hospitality. Also, I'm thankful to our Secretariat, and I would like to invite you to follow our activities about disinformation, because it will be not only an event, but it will be a project for 2023-2024. Thank you very much.
Good morning, this is Anna Stolmeyer speaking. I'm the founder and as citizens and become more active, because this is also about our security. So let me tell you a little bit more about Defend Democracy before going to the topic of today. Mission is to defend and strengthen democracy against foreign, domestic, and technological threats to democracy. And these three threats are connected to each other, and they are also reinforcing each other. Now, as a practitioner, I'm a former digital activist. I'm delighted to speak about what civil society can do about disinformation, but also about what we cannot do. And I have good news and I have bad news. To start with the bad news, I don't think that civil society on its own can defeat disinformation, because we cannot, or governments cannot, outsource to citizens things like consumer protection and platform regulation and national security. And we need all of that. But of course also citizen education and citizen engagement in order to really defeat disinformation. Now, the good news, civil society, and that's all of us, we can do a lot. Of course, like with climate change and the environment, each of us on our own won't be able to save the planet or democracy. But we can do two important things. One is we can be responsible citizens, and I'll tell you more about that. And the second thing is we can organize and take action together. Now, about being responsible citizens. Each of us can be a responsible user and consumer of social media. Now, how to do that? Well, there's a lot of tips and tricks that we teach in our Act on Disinfo training. Some of that information you can also find on our website. I'll briefly go into the key principles that underlie our do's and don'ts and our tips and tricks. Now, you may have heard this advice before. Don't feed the troll. What that means, in short, is like, don't engage. You know, if you're being trolled on social media, just don't engage, because they like the attention, and anything that you say can and will be used against you. So just let them do whatever they want to do. Just don't engage. Now, what goes for trolls also goes for the digital platforms that we use. So we say, don't feed the algorithm. What that means is, don't reward those doing disinformation campaigns with your clicks and with your engagement. Because every reply or retweet or whatever you do will only help the algorithm boost the very disinformation and polarizing content that is harmful to our democracies. And last but not least, don't feed the brain. Now, this one has to do with psychology and how our brains work. For example, when someone says, don't think of a pink elephant, then what your brain does, it thinks about the pink elephant. So if you want to tackle disinformation, it's important not to repeat the very disinformation that you want to fight. You can say what scientists have said is the truth, or what is more correct information, but it's better not to repeat the lies. So those are some concrete examples. You can visit our websites to find many more tips and tricks. Now, regarding the second part, we can organize and take action together. One thing that is really important is that the big tech companies that own our social media platforms are pushed by us, by citizens, for more accountability and meaningful transparency and data privacy. But big tech has big lobby power. So what we also need to do is this. We need to push our representatives and our governments for democratic oversight and for regulation of tech platforms. And last but not least, I think we need to demand our governments to join EU coordinated action against foreign interference. After all, as I said, it's not just our democracy at stake, but also our security and sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dolmar. Did you finish with your intervention? Thank you. The first two contributions were very interesting. Mr. Dimitriadis paid attention to how topical the issue of disinformation is in the context of the challenges and the events that humanity has been faced with in the last 3 or 4 years. And, of course, in connection with that, the need for the civil society at the European level to unite against different forms of disinformation. Ms. Stolmer pointed out that the civil society is also a consumer, but at the same time an author, a creator of disinformation, and she suggested some mechanisms to fight disinformation in the ranks of the civil society. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Georgi Petrov. He is a member of the Civil Participation Forum. It's a network of Bulgarian civil society organizations throughout the whole country. There are more than 100 such organizations They are active in different fields at the local and regional level. And after Mr. Petrov, we'll hear Mr. Miroslav Cekov. You have the floor.
Благодаря за представянето.
Thank you for your presentation, for your brief summary. Ms. Artova, indeed, we represent different organizations, but what brings us together is that the citizens' participation in the decision-making process which concerns their own lives results into better decisions and correct decisions. That is why we are involved into stimulating citizens, into promoting citizens to be involved in this kind of civil society participation. And when this takes place, it's easier to manipulate citizens. But the fear of manipulation should not distract us from the understanding that we should not give up our democratic values and our human rights. In other words, we should not give in. And this is the reason why the Bulgarian civil society organizations have been subject to attacks of disinformation campaigns throughout the years. But from 2014, these campaigns accelerated, even though they existed before that. The civil society organizations carry democratic values, and undermining their efforts, you undermine the foundations of the society. What do civil society organizations do in order to oppose disinformation? I agree with the previous speaker. Yes, indeed, they cannot alone deal with disinformation. What is needed is a concerted effort of different parties. It's important that citizens understand the issue of disinformation in order to oppose it. And that is why we work hard to improve the awareness of the citizens concerning disinformation, specifically when they are active, when they oppose the proliferation of mythology through providing the accurate, the correct information, quoting the facts behind certain information messages. We cooperate with the media because we realize that the media are one of the main channels for both information and disinformation. Sadly, there are way too many examples when on TV we see high-ranking individuals claiming something which is untrue, which is not true, and this is the information that reaches people. In the course of our campaigns and initiatives, we notice a certain improvement in the media and information literacy of users of social network in particular. When a civil society organization launches an initiative, an organization which works in favor of a particular community or in support of democracy, very often other groups are immediately organized in order to provide counter information on the specific topic and to undermine the image of the respective civil organization. The civil society is generically trying to oppose that and to provide facts which prove that the incorrect information is actually fake news, without the organization having to explain itself and start a public debate. it is important that the civil society organizations get support in their efforts because, as mentioned already, we don't think we can accomplish a lot on our own. However, when we unite, when we join efforts with the government and the media, we can reach out to many people and we can help them better understand the information that's offered them. That's all from me. Thank you.
Благодаря, господин Петров.
Thank you, Mr. Petrov. At the very beginning of this conference, Mr. Röpke, in his opening address, pointed out the role of the united civil society in fighting disinformation. Mr. Petrov gave us clear examples of the importance of the civil society joining forces. And now allow me to give the floor to Mr. Tsekov. He chairs the National Youth Forum. Since 2022, he has been in this position. At the same time, he is also an advisor at the Ministry of Youth and Sport. He started there at 2021, and he has been working on issues of children, youth, and sport. You have the floor. Thank you, Ms. Artova. I'd like to thank Ms. Rusinova and the whole team of the Economic and Social Council of Bulgaria to take part in this very interesting discussion. I will try to provide a different viewpoint, the viewpoint of youth organizations and what we do in practical terms. As you mentioned in your initial notes, it's important to understand that the environment around us is going through a transformation. Just after we heard from Fukuyama that the end of civilization, the end of history is approaching, as mentioned by Mr. Dimitriadis, we now are faced with issues concerning human identity as such. And in order to understand the relations in the society and everything that is in the environment of the individual is so important. And this is the idea of intersectionality, as we call it. This is one aspect which is key when it comes to disinformation. At present, people communicate far more, and this communication is far more open. Even when we have person-to-person communication, we need to process a bigger volume of information. Then we have to talk about the role of the government, the role of the media, because they generate content, they generate information. And with the broader penetration of the social media and the digital transformation, we're all ending up in a situation where we can all generate content that can be a benefit. But as we know, this also brings about the issue of responsibility, the responsibility of the individual citizen and the organizations. And we, when generating information, can shape up the public opinion. And here is one of the major paradoxes. And I would agree with the three previous speakers, and Mr. Omer focused on that. We, civil society organizations, have to understand very clearly how mythology impacts the broader public, regardless of how much efforts we make, how big our efforts, including resources. We cannot communicate all the time in a sufficiently dynamic manner because we don't have the resources of the government, for instance. So we have access to a limited audience, and it is a pretty limited audience, all right. So how do we reach out to the broader public? Of course, we need resources for that, including the financial resources. We need to channel the information the right way. And as we mentioned already, in the digital age, it is important that information goes into the digital media. This requires huge resources, and I'm afraid no civil society organization has such resources. And here is how I would like to a little bit provoke the next speakers. Our role in the battle is by definition doomed, because once the information reaches the audience, then we are doomed. You may have seen an HBO film, A Factory of Lies, and it focused on troll farms, a very broadly used tool, used all over the world, sadly in Europe as well. And now, what can we do in real terms? This topic was touched upon to an extent. Education is part of what we can do. Of course, young people are more prone, and Ms. Rusinova mentioned this at the very beginning. And the main character in 1984 shows that this character goes through a transformation as soon as he starts keeping a diary, and this changes his mindset. So we have to think what we can do in order to achieve our goals. Young people should be the focus of our intervention naturally. As we said already, they need to have the skills and the knowledge to process information, to be critical in dealing with this information, and then know how to manage information and respectively repeat it and send it out. So we need three things. We need to educate critical thinking, to build people, young people who are critical on the information they get and review it from all points of view. Second, we need education which creates active people, active in the civil society. And the third issue, which we somehow don't address, is the overall paradigm. For Bulgaria, specifically in Eastern Europe, many of the education system expects students to learn by rote. They have to read something and be able to present it, but not analyze it and critically approach the information they get. So this is what we need for our young people. They need to have these skills in order to deal with the information age and deal with the challenges of all that. And let's go back to provocation. If we fight disinformation, given the resources and the skills we have, we would probably achieve the opposite effect. When young people are prepared to encounter disinformation and they know how to react, we stand a much better chance to deal with this phenomenon. I am afraid, however, that if we do not find the answer to this question, which is a complex question, it is very often an uncharted territory, because it would involve the education system, civil society, the government, social partners. Then, if we don't do that, democracy is under threat in the long term. And even worse, as we mentioned, the end of civilization, perhaps the sunset of civilization is nearer, and we would not be able to respond and react to that. Regard this statement more as a provocation to the next speaker, if you wish. Thank you.
Благодаря, господин Цеков. Вие...
Thank you, Mr. Tsekov. In fact, you've further elaborated the opinions of Ms. Stolmeyer and Mr. Petrov on education, on being proactive and building upon those. Now, in the list of interventions, we have first Mr. Plamen Dimitrov. Hello, Mr. Dimitrov. This is the chair. Let me introduce you briefly. President of the Confederation of Independent Syndicates in Bulgaria and Vice Chair of the Bulgarian ECS and member of the ESC, the Second Workers Group. Good morning. Hello, everyone. I do regret I can't be with you, but I have to attend another important event in Geneva. I'm at the International Labour Conference. But I've just heard Ms. Voltov saying, I fully agree that disinformation can only be fought against with more information, and that's more information that's free of charge. So we need databases of information that are readily accessible. Next, the disinformation, the threat it presents to democratic societies, especially in times of crisis. That quite apparently has been gaining momentum when we have the large language systems come into play. It's getting increasingly harder to differentiate between AI-generated text and videos for the respective propaganda purposes, influence and impact. Until recently, we tended to talk about trolls only, and I could hear some precious advice from our Dutch colleague. We have now entire systems generating this information. As a matter of seconds, they generate texts that manipulate. That, quite obviously, has been weaponized and feeds populism. Now, there are some very worrying data in Bulgaria demonstrating that our society is highly susceptible to disinformation. European Commission survey 9 countries published in mid-May, Bulgaria being among those countries, shows that Bulgaria is leading in terms of the share of consumers receiving information through social media, and with 47% of Bulgarians. And as we've heard, they are the usual channel for dissemination of disinformation. 75% of consumers stick to online sources. Now, online sources of information rank second. The Eurobarometer of July last year shows Bulgarians are leaders in the EU in reading news on social media. 85% of our compatriots have mentioned Facebook, 62%, the Messenger. The third source of information in our country is YouTube, again 62%. 55% of Bulgaria consider social networks as the key source of information, and they do that through comments and posts shared by friends. 61% of people reading news online have mentioned that over the past few days they've used social media to follow news and current events. 1/4 of the respondents believe that they've been exposed to disinformation and fake news. Respondents in Bulgaria overall are most prone to reply that they've been exposed to disinformation over the past 7 days. 55% have been exposed often or very often. The lowest share being the Dutch one of just 3%. That clearly shows that we're quite susceptible and exposed to disinformation in all fields of public life. Quite apparently, that brings about mistrust in institutions, undermines the trust in institutions. And another thing we've been witnessing lately, as a trade union member, I have to say that organizing rallies on social networks without following the statutory requirements gives rise to further sources of public tensions, transportation chaos, and those are further objectives pursued. Those give rise to emotional response among the public. The European Confederation of Trade Unions, my organization is a member of, so ETUC, have been called for regulation of social media. We need clear marking of online political advertisements and targeting. Those present high risk, even more so that the EP elections next year are coming up. Therefore, requirements need to be in place for campaigning on social networks. And then we will also have the US elections. In June last year, an improved code of practices on disinformation was signed by big online platforms, taking the advertising industry and civil society representatives. It's based on guidelines presented by the Commission in May 2021 and sets out measures to counter disinformation. I think that's a positive step forward. Just a few days ago, only 5 days ago, the European Commission asked online companies to endorse a label to identify text and images that are AI generated to fight against disinformation. Labeling AI generated products is still voluntary, and I doubt it will be particularly effective. And then there are steps to have a common definition of what disinformation stands for. It is a matter we are to discuss today. We have yet to face its consequences. The keys to deal with it is, as we've already heard by numerous speakers, media literacy, ensuring resilience of our public to manipulation and fake news, and common efforts, as we've already heard, in the area of education. There's a role to be played by civil society organizations, by employers, trade unions, without claiming that we can deal with that on our own. And we have to act together with lawmakers, regulators, at the national and European level, so that all of us can contribute to greater clarity and transparency on how the piece of information are generated, so as to ensure better information for our public. Thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Plamen Dimitrov, and now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Ioannis Kokouvelos, member of the executive board of the ESC in Greece and a member of Group 3 and a wide range of other organizations. The interpreters would like to apologize, but we are receiving the sound with an echo, so we do our best to interpret as much as we can.
Of the definition of disinformation is the fraudulent, on purpose false information, and often covetous spread in order to influence public opinion or obscure the truth. Therefore, it cannot be considered as a single impossible way of communication, but rather as a premeditated action that aims to mislead the public opinion. In 2 words, intentional misinformation. Disinformation harms our society and public trust because it damages the European trust and public means of communication. It undermines the electoral process. It compromises the citizens' ability to make informed decisions. It undermines freedom of speech. As technology evolves, there is an increase of service offered to companies, citizens, political parties, and probably other members or countries. These services include, but are not limited to, advice tracking of online activities, information collection, disinformation through fake accounts in social media, and the creation and spread of fake news. Such activities are now to be used even by public bodies that interfere either by monetary or technological means in the politics of other countries for their benefit. Propaganda, disinformation, and fake news are not new, but social media has given them a new meaning. According to studies, the speed and depth by which fake news spreads, it's minimum 6 times more than that of real reports, and therefore demote the ability of citizens to identify the truth. This information enforces polarization and affects today's political authorities. The endurance of democratic values and institutions is being tested, while efforts against disinformation is closed. It's 6 times more than that of real reports, and therefore demote the ability of citizens to identify the truth. The endurance of democratic value and institution is being tested, while efforts against disinformation are constantly facing obstacles. According to European polls, the percentage of European citizens who believe that they have read news that were probably false is misleading is very high. The internet has removed barriers in the field of information and has undermined the role of journalists as gatekeepers of information. Citizens are now even more vulnerable to fake news, while also raising questions for journalists themselves. Fake news has become the plague of information. The rapid spread of fake news has given rise to many studies on the causes of its appearance, the role of social media, and the impact on our daily lives, mainly at a socio-political level. It's a phenomenon that we come across daily, especially on the internet. It has proven that fake news has a lifespan and circulation higher than real news, and therefore will eventually reach almost the entire population, digitally or otherwise. The EU is raising concerns and will be heavily addressed in the coming years, especially in regards of the new generation, who almost exclusively use digital information. It's also a fact that fake news has always existed, but the digital world, with its ease of creating news, has helped it for the ground of creating a new public space of communication, which no one can control anymore, no even big platforms that host and disseminate fake news, where even AI technology appeared in order to help tackle this. On the contrary, social media favor extremists, polarizing views, illustrious personas, and are ultimately algorithmic mechanisms whose ultimate goal is their own survival through popularity, as proved in recent and in-depth studies, probably. Ultimately, social media has become, or tends to become, the tool of persuasion that exploits and manipulates those in need of communication, offering many convenience but requiring little judgment. On the other side, when the information is unbiased and multifaceted, the public can share an opinion, therefore being an active participant of social political discussion and control the political leadership. Such citizens emphasize any violations and misdeeds or political leaders. This is a prerequisite to ensuring democracy. Finally, citizens who are accurately informed when the media is unbiased and accurate and are not do not accept to be subjected to control by the executive power, they become aware of social issues such as racism, violence, and more, and thus act to resolve them in order to ensure social order. Media, in their correct form and pillars of free expressions and pluralism, and contribute to the free circulation of ideas as benefits a civilized society. Even by replacing disinformation, the lack of the obstruction of information concludes in the same undemocratic results and consequences. And consequently, the prohibition and or restriction of access to information has the same effect, causes the same problem and damage to society with disinformation. When faced with such a complex and variant issues, they are not simply a solution or answer that can be confronted by a single body. The European initiatives are based on joint efforts by various bodies, such as the European institutions, national and local authorities, online platforms, the media, fact-checkers, academics, experts, non-government organizations, and activists. This is what we call a holistic whole of society approach, because only through cooperation we will effectively manage and face the complex challenge that concerns all of us. Closing, I would like to note that in order to tackle misinformation, the following two tools play a vital role. The first is education. The second is transparency in conjunction with research and new verification. Then we have and we must fight all together against the disinformation in many phases that she presents in our lives every day. Thank you.
Благодаря, господин Горковелос.
Thank you, Mr. Gorkovelos. The last speaker for this first panel is Mr. Georgi Bogdanov. He is the executive director of the National Network for Children and member of the Social Inclusion Committee at the European Commission. Mr. Bogdanov is the last speaker, and you must be very brief because we are running out of time. I will be very brief indeed. I will talk about my own story as a citizen, a professional working with children and families, and a leader of an organization working for the children and families in Bulgaria. We bring together more than 130 organizations in this country working with children and families, and our organization, like the Network for Children, is to place the rights of children in the focus of all policies: healthcare, education, early childhood development, etc. If 8 years ago somebody had told me that I would be fighting against disinformation and propaganda, that children's organizations would be the target of all that, I would have laughed out loud, and I would have laughed most sincerely indeed. However, 8 years on, we are sitting here in this room, and we represent the children's organizations. We were the focus of this kind of attack, and we had to understand where this disinformation and this propaganda came from. And let us understand the issue clearly. There are two main channels. One, Russia, which funds political parties and other organizations. The other one is the US, with its religious organizations funded by the US, not only in Bulgaria, but all over Europe. What's going on in the civil sector resulted in a situation where we had to explain that social workers were not going to steal the children from Bulgaria. We had to tell the society what was going to happen to the children. We all remember that some years ago in Bulgaria, whole school classes were taken out of the school. The parents took their children home because they were frightened. And this disinformation was playing on the fears of the parents for their children. And not only in Bulgaria, this was going on all over Europe. But this disinformation was highly paid, very well paid indeed. I wouldn't agree with Mr. Velchev, who said it was free of charge. No, it is well paid. There is a lot of funding channeled in that. And a lot of people explained what the source was. And there were investigative journalists who explained the cash flows. What's going on in Bulgaria at the moment is that there are films which are forbidden. Neo-Nazi groups go against them, books are being burned, organizations are being slandered against, and we do face a huge problem because our institutions don't work. As a citizen and head of an organization, I am party on 6 court cases on slander and insult. And the defendants are public figures, people who are very vocal with their slander and disinformation. And another defendant is a TV channel. What's going on is a powerful attack against myself, but not only against me, but also against anybody who talks about children and families in a normal manner. The new Minister of Labour and Social Affairs has been subject to attacks now because there are going to be no men and women in the family, that children would be taken away from the families by the social workers, etc. And it's not the citizens, it's the government that should take steps against that. And the State Agency for National Security and other institutions have to do their job. I have written more than 28 complaints to the State Agency on National Security. And it's quite clear, everybody knows who generates disinformation and malicious propaganda. But nobody works against that. Nobody does anything to oppose that. So my appeal to you all is, please help the citizens, because citizens are left alone now. And I would like to thank the European Economic and Social Council from the bottom of my heart for counteracting disinformation and its proliferation in Bulgaria. Thank you.
Благодаря ви, господин Богданов. Някак естествено.
Thank you. At the beginning, we talked about the efficient instruments and the tools that the government can use, and we finished with the same thing. So we came full circle, talking about how efficient the state and the judiciary are on this particular issue. We must have now 15 minutes in our agenda for the discussion. Unfortunately, we are very, very late. We are behind time, so I suggest that your questions and comments on this topic, the topic of the first panel, to be postponed a little bit at 1:30. Can somebody help me? Would it be possible to postpone the discussion until 1:30? Thank you very much. I'd like to wish every success to the next panel, and I hope there would be really good results, tangible results of this discussion.
Уважаеми колеги, гости на този форум.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, we are running behind time. We are very late, and we'll try to be very concise in the second panel, titled Information and Disinformation in the Era of Social Media. My name is Vasilin Mitov. I am a member of the European Economic and Social Council, and I'm the International Secretary of the Подкрепа Trade Union. Let me begin by saying that it's no accident that the media, regular media, social media, are called the fourth estate. This is no accident. They have the potential to influence the mindset of many people. So when there is power, there is struggle, there are the media there, and there is a war going on. So we're talking now about an energy war and the media war. But the media war, unlike the others, is much cheaper as far as the resource is concerned that is to be put into it in the age of digitization. We live in difficult times, colleagues. 75% of the global population is considered to live in autocratic regimes in the last few years. I think it was mentioned by the previous speakers, democracy is losing ground, including in the EU. And at least 10 countries, 10 member states in the EU are suspected of having suspiciously weak democracy and weak media there. I belong to the generation that lived half of my life in what we called socialism at the time. Then we did not know words like disinformation or misinformation. We were talking about propaganda then, and propaganda was one of the main levers of the party in power to influence the people. I would say that we already then had built a certain sensitivity. We could immediately make the distinction when we heard some information, whether it was genuine or simply propaganda. And this is probably what we need to discuss here, how to improve our capacity to see the distinction, to differentiate between information and disinformation. I very much liked the representative of the youth organization, the only one of the previous speakers who talked about the role of education. The education system, and I would add, why not the family as well, in bringing up people who can differentiate and who can react against disinformation. Of course, a lot has been said who should oppose disinformation. The news agency director said that it should be the citizens. Then we heard also that the government should be involved. I dare say I would side with the director of the news agency. We need to be also better prepared, better educated to see and make this distinction. And without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Vanya Momchilova, chairperson of the Council for Electronic Media, the first speaker. In your binder, you have the bios of all the panelists, so I will not dwell on that. Ms. Momchilova.
Домакини, скъпи гости, бях...
Hosts, guests, I've prepared a factual report on what the national media regulators completed over the 2 years since I became a member of the Electronic Media Board. And I do have direct observations and contribution because what the regulator does and doesn't do is relevant. Having listened to everything said so far, I've decided not to bore you as everything the board does is readily available on our website. As you know, in a series of regulations, the latest of April this year, Regulation 833 of 2014 regarding the restrictions against Russia destabilizing Ukraine, the broadcasting of dozens of Russian programs and channels was limited. I fully subscribe to what Ms. Volchev outlined in this rather complicated and intricate manner. The civil society is the one that needs to fight against disinformation. I believe that media regulators' role gets ever more complicated, difficult, and sensitive, and I have to admit, to be fully frank, I'm not sure to what extent the criteria and algorithms used before the media situations become dramatic, as was defined by previous speakers. So I'm not sure to what extent those are effective. We heard in Brussels lately that the Act on media freedom, I would tend to consider that in combination with the Digital Markets and Digital Services Act. All those, given the existing resources and given also the mindset of those working at the regulator, it's a task we can hardly take on and live up to the expectations. I'm not sure to what extent the government have to interfere when it comes to media literacy, to take on the last statement, because in my opinion, literacy, the way it existed over the ages, starting with Aristotle, saying there's hardly a certain way of rendering a freedom completely helpless by over-caring and over-protecting it. We oftentimes speak about freedom of expression, media freedom, about democracy and the threats that we need to protect. But the question is, what tools do we use for that? To quote Mr. Volchev, is that the best way to counter disinformation is authentic, let me underline, authentic, convincing information that is given in good language, in a convincing manner. The natural intellect that has to oppose AI, and AI is a fact, AI already misleads us, and thinking of the acts that would protect the media, and we can very soon end up in a situation, we as a regulator and journalists as intermediaries between facts and information consumers, will be rendered useless, redundant, because it will get ever harder to distinguish what is fake news. In times of fake news, the recipe that would bring us to the recipes required in healing for our civil society, that recipe is unknown to me. Well, I know for sure, according to the latest survey of the Association of European Journalists, every fourth journalist in Bulgaria shares there's auto-censorship. What does it imply? It implies that they feel intimidated, that political correctness cannot but get in the way of objective presentation of facts, and traditional medias can't but gradually lose momentum. As our surveys show, as we at our board, we do make such analysis alongside with our regular monitoring of elections. Regretfully, it's going to be very complex, and I don't know, I think all those European provisions, they need to be read not only with understanding but also with imagination, because of the dynamics of development of the media environment. That's incredible dynamics. We've never thought we'd end up in such a situation, in such circumstances. I'd be happy to take any questions you might have, because I wouldn't like to bore you with this thick folder of information and survey for those vulnerable periods of warfare, and we are in touch with the public and citizens who send complaints and information on all different occasions. We have cases filed for limiting civil rights as a result of preventing access to some news channels. So I look forward to your questions, and I'd like to thank our hosts for inviting me to speak here. Thank you, Ms. Momchilova, and let us immediately move to our next panelist. This is Mr. Vilčinskas. We believe he would speak online.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this invitation to join the panel, and I'll try to follow up in the footsteps of Sonia, and really probably start maybe my 7 minutes with a story to illustrate, the impact of disinformation and information manipulation on social media. You're probably all aware of this situation. 18 billion cubic meters of water, one of the largest ecological catastrophes in the Central Eastern Europe, ecocide of animals, and I'm talking basically about Kakhovka dam destruction of last week. How does this featured on social media in the landscape of disinformation and information manipulation? I mean, we've seen massive, basically attempts to distract, deny, confuse, dismiss the public, about what happened in Ukraine. And again, when we talk about disinformation, I mean, we always, especially on the social media, we really need to focus on the actors, on the perpetrators of such disinformation campaigns, on their behavior, on manipulative aspect, and also on the content. And I mean, here, basically starting from the morning of June 6th, I mean, we've seen massive flood of, information, of disinformation from Kremlin sources, from media, well, so-called media organizations or proxies linked to Kremlin. And I mean, here probably, why I'm saying, saying this to you is that kind of a little bit explains, how the social media actually allows for this very rapid, high volume of manipulation targeting very different audiences, who are out there on social media. And what makes these manipulations incredibly dangerous, I think, is that they're still very much cheap kind of to create. It's very cheap to fake the content, whether it's the video content, audiovisual content. It's very cheap to disseminate it, through the use of fake accounts, amplify this disinformation using the trolls or using the bots on different social media platforms, and even use the good old tactic to impersonify others, sort of portray it as it comes from the trusted sources. So, I mean, why I'm saying this is, that basically I think, as many speakers indicated, we are in the new era, where we really have to learn very quickly how to adapt to the new situation, how to adapt basically to the situation where many authoritarian state actors actually try to influence, attack our societies, try to basically, cut trust in our democracies, in our governments, try to confuse what's happening around us. So, it's the clear thing, I think, the clear kind of realization, I think, here in Brussels and across of Europe is that, we cannot stop it. We cannot stop it on social media, this pipe horse of falsehoods, in particular coming these days, around the Russia's aggression in Ukraine. So we need to figure out, the ways how we can be better, how we can impose the costs. Many of the speakers today, I mean, highlighted for the need, to do it, let's say, in concert. So that it's not only the government business, as Sonia said, it's not only the regulators' business, which have limited powers. We have to have civil society in this. We have also social media platforms in this, because they are, let's say, the gatekeepers of the modern news consumption. And it's not only the debate, about the removals of content from the social media platforms, but it's also the debate on ranking the content on social media platforms, because what you see, what you get on your newsfeed is very much also, defined by the still non-transparent algorithms, that most of these companies use. Now, I mean, the situation is indeed worrying, but on the other hand, I mean, we need to sort of maybe look at the bright side, what we can do. And there are a couple of things that we can do at European level, of course, tackling information manipulation, but there are also things that, we all can do at the regional or local level. Also, as the members of Economic and Social Committee, I think you also have a very important mandate on this. I mean, at the European level, I mean, definitely there are a couple of actions, to impose the costs. Starting, of course, with, let's say, with the legislative drive. And here, I mean, we are talking about Digital Services Act, which will come into force very soon, and I think which will basically, signal a new era, in terms of attention, in terms of requirements for social media platforms to really commit and manage the risks related to disinformation on their platforms. But on the other hand, governments also already took an action of sanctioning some of the war propagandists, whether online or on the TV. On the TV waves, such as Sputnik, such as RT of today, who really are the super spreaders, if you like, of disinformation. But this is just two examples. I think we have to get way better, in terms of sharing experiences between the governments, between the civil society organizations, what actually works, in terms of building this long-term resilience to these manipulations on social media. I think still too few members of society know, how they are manipulated. I think it's very important actually to tell people, how they're being lied, because nobody, likes when somebody lies to them, and that I think prompts, individual kind of level actions, to protect yourself, to protect the people to protect your organizations from disinformation. But I would like to finish, my sort of intro pitch by saying that there's also a critical role in this puzzle in defending our societies from online disinformation lies actually with the media, with independent media organizations. Because I think without them actually having resources to provide a trusted, a verifiable, and accurate information to our readers, without them, I think this battle will be definitely lost. So, I think we have to really, thinking about how to react to disinformation, we have to also think very hard, what kind of future media ecosystem we want to build. What is the information integrity, that we want to have in our countries, both, at the European, but also at the very, very local level, and protect these media organizations and empower them actually, because they are, and they will be carrying probably the heaviest burden, on this social media age to tackle disinformation. And of course, we will have a lot of, let's say, known unknowns and unknown unknowns in the future, especially, of course, linked to the new tech, linked to artificial intelligence, which will be definitely be used by manipulative industries, both private, and state-run. But we can also use these new technologies also for the good, and for tracking down disinformation, for making people more aware about it, and also for labeling some of these falsehoods and making sure that they don't become viral and they don't reach our news feeds. So I stop here and looking forward for discussion.
Thank you very much, Jurgis, for your relatively short but so important input to our discussion, of course, from the perspective of your own job that you're making. So next, Mr. Blagoev, please try to be as short as possible in the frame of the 5 minutes.
Sure,
thank you.
Sure, I try. Thank you so much. We talked about the different role of the social media and how resound and how complex they can be sometimes and regulated. But there is one thing I think it should resound at this conference, and those are two unique forms of disinformation, the poison arguments that are, I believe, in the core of all disinformation when it comes to spreading policies about the real role of Russia in the war. And the reason for aggression, why Russia finds reasons to inform their own society. Without comprehending it, it is difficult to understand the phenomenon. Russia still a relatively positive image in the West as for the country that committed crimes comparable to the worst war in history of mankind. This is a complex of line of arguments made by Russian propaganda, practiced by official media, by Russian journalists, but also Western pro-Putin propagandists in the West. It makes The Western public, I believe, those arguments and make them to look at many crimes committed by Russians with a surprising indifference, ambivalence. This is a claim made by official Russian propaganda that Ukrainians are just sick with the disease of Russophobia. This typical colonial rhetoric is going on and on by Russians, some people in the West. This is not only about Ukrainians, but also Poles, Slovenians, a lot of Central European nations that they react differently because they're so Russophobic. Well, in this room, I don't need to find that Russia and only Russia is responsible for all the evil devastation, the murder, and even, as we heard just a second before, ecological destruction. This war would never have happened if it were not for a thick imperial utopian vision of Putin entourage manipulating facts, their own history, and this arguments, narration. Also, one has to done the one who done so much harm to their own government. Russia has never been so isolated since communist era and since World War II. Never lost so many citizens. Never so many people were wounded, killed, or escaped abroad from the draft in the history. And still, there's this belief there is some in a background Russophobia that caused all those problems to Russian society. As I said, the term of Russophobia is a part of long-standing rhetorical strategy used by empire to rationalize all the atrocity. The idea that the Russian Federation is somehow the victim of this hate, even if it's Russia that carries out all those atrocities. This is an argument meant to distract from experience of real victims and the real world. So start thinking logically, why is this happening? Because of the hate coming from the Ukrainian side. Also, the same argument goes for the oft-repeated concept that it was not Russians who brought this about this war, but Putin himself. Well, the scale of the crime and examples of individual involvement of soldiers doesn't allow us to defend this argument. Even if we assume that the brains of soldiers who committed heinous crimes have been brainwashed, years and years or generations of propaganda, we must remember that they don't have another brain. And we'll continue to have a long war on beliefs in Russia long after defeat. I believe that defeat will come sooner than later, but we will be stuck with the problem. And we'll have to remember that it is a whole society that will have to be rebuilt. The war won't end with the just peace between Ukraine and Russia without fully pushing out Russian forces out of Ukraine. We still will be threatened by mindset by a lot of Russians that we are currently observing. So those two arguments I would like.
Proszę, pan Tomasz, could you go to the end of your intervention, please?
Yes. This is the two arguments I would like to pose. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. С хиляди извинения давам думата на господин Благоев. Той трябваше да е.
Thank you. I do apologize. Mr. Blagoev was supposed to be the next speaker, but we just swapped places. I am sorry we are so late and there will be no time for a discussion. However, I hope to ask several questions to provoke the audience a little bit. We heard many contributions. We heard many speakers talk about disinformation. How many of you in the room, please raise your hand, consider disinformation as a serious problem, very serious problem of the Bulgarian society? How many of you think the government should be the leading party in solving the problem? How many of you think the media should be the leading party in solving the problem? How many of you think the politicians should be the leading party? Good. Civil society organizations and citizens outside organizations, because these are two different categories. Citizens as individuals. So I see that you're pretty unanimous. I asked these questions quite deliberately. I'd like to thank the colleagues for mentioning everything that is being done at the EU level. I would like to outline what the different institutions do. And perhaps we could see my presentation on the screen, but I can't help mentioning some of Mr. Vocev's comments, and I'd like to address what he said. I used to work in the international department of the Bulgarian News Agency. That's why I take the liberty to comment on his words. He and many other speakers said that the key solution to the problem with disinformation is education. Who's responsible for education? Nobody raised a hand, and if we believe that the government has a key role to play, it can't be done if we believe that education is so important. But this is an issue that is fully regulated by the government. So what we do is to support the Bulgarian government.
Това е чудесно. Добре, аз тогава ще трябва да...
Apparently the presentation cannot be shown, so I'll have to improvise and use my time to talk about the European institutions. Ms. Momchilova mentioned the Code of Ethical Behavior. It is still voluntary, and the idea is to decrease financial incentives for providing disinformation. In other words, large tech companies should voluntarily take part in this process, but this is only the beginning. And then the Digital Services Act will build upon that. It will be in force from August 23, and we want transparency. We want the citizens and the organizations in the civil society, which should be playing a key role, to know why certain items of information or disinformation reach them. Who pays for that, because it's not free of charge, and who decides to remove content. It was mentioned earlier that the Media Freedom Act at the EU level is important. Yes, we are talking about independent media here and transparency. Transparency in terms of ownership and transparency in terms of government funding. We want to know why it was decided to remove content on the one hand. On the other hand, we want to support journalists. As Ms. Momchilova said, we want to protect them. They should not be concerned when they try to find the truth. The European Union is not trying to set up a Ministry of Truth, but it would like to support the free and independent media in order for them to do their job properly. It was also mentioned that there is the European Observatory for Digital Media. There is also a joint Bulgarian-Romanian observatory. Now it is one of the 14 entities which support the European Observatory, and it is partially funded by the program for the media. We want more information about disinformation, what the media platform do, and of course the support of the Media Freedom Act. I'm not going to talk about your activities. because foreign manipulation was mentioned by the previous speaker, and interference, and this is what he dwelled on in detail. Let me mention what we do here locally, because we are in the House of Europe, and if you consider some of these initiatives interesting, and if you consider them part of the solution to the problem, please speak up. We monitor how information is presented in Bulgaria, mainly via Facebook, the most popular social network in this country, but also the narrative comes from Telegram. There is, in other words, a structured, well-paid flow of information from there. And we see the same information then appear on Facebook. That is why we see we use different technological tools in order to identify the information early on. We cooperate with various organizations. In Bulgaria, there is a coalition against disinformation, which recently marked its anniversary. The European Commission, government media, the Council for Electronic Media, the journalists for fact-checking, various embassies are also part of this union. It's, again, voluntary, and the aim is to support the efforts of everybody involved. We don't want to duplicate efforts as well. Let me just quote a specific example that the coalition achieved. The fact-checkers looked for information whether the Netherlands will send F-16 to Bulgaria. We got in contact with the Ministry of Defense, and as the ministry is also part of the coalition, we received immediately the feedback that such a thing is not going to happen, that the Netherlands is only training pilots. So we want to help people fighting disinformation with the tools that we have at our disposal. We recently completed a campaign together with FactCheck BG. We had 10 video spots which illustrate how this is being done. These films can be found on the webpage of the European Commission in Bulgaria, and the main targets for this information are the war in Ukraine, the Green Deal, the Euro, the gender ideology in inverted commas, and everything, all sorts of news about the European Commission. Media and civil society education are key in this struggle, and that's why I'm so happy we partner with the Ministry of Education. The civil society education includes civil society literacy and many other aspects of this subject, which is taught in the 11th and 12th school year. This is only a beginning, but it's a good beginning, and we hope that together with the other organizations working in this field, we would be able to extend the scope of this knowledge. Finally, we very often bring journalists, politicians, and influencers to Brussels. We help them meet with politicians so that they get to know the institutions better and learn the facts about the operation of these institutions. I myself am going to Brussels tomorrow. We are going to have meetings with the External Action Service, and when colleagues come back to Bulgaria, we'll hopefully be able to cover the events from these institutions in a more accurate manner. We are easy to find. The representation of the European Commission in Bulgaria is really very good. They work very well, but we need the support of all parts of the society. And we should not be wasting a moment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blagoev. And finally, Dr. Angelova, certainly not the last. importance. Thank you, Mr. Mitov. I'm a member of the Bulgarian Economic and Social Council and the European Economic and Social Council as well. The battle is very serious, and we do not have a moment to waste. And I will take up from that. Citizens can deal with this information. I will try to explain why citizens should fight disinformation on a daily basis in order to win the battle. One of the aspects in this discussion was the impact of disinformation on the psychological health and mental health. Looking for sensational stories and overexposure of sensational stories results into a negative impact on whole groups of the population. We all know what happened during the pandemic. People were ready to have a fist fight for wearing or not wearing a mask, for sneezing in public, etc. So these are models of behavior which are now lasting in this society. This is the result of providing a simplified version of truth, but truth is pretty complex. Truth is in thousands and thousands of pages one needs to read in order to draw one's own conclusion as to where truth is. But it is much easier to access the social media and then further explain or tell these simple stories to our friends. And let me tell you what happened in Bulgaria. I'll give you a simple example. The colleagues from the unions should probably not be listening. So here is what has happened to the minimum wage directive. After long, extensive negotiations, and I was the rapporteur at the European Economic and Social Partners Council, we worked together with all our partners. That we agreed that this was a mechanism to come to an agreement with social partners and reach more adequate and fair pay. After all these clear messages, which got simplified not only in the Bulgarian media but in other places as well, and the lack of perseverance and reading 200 pages of text, the vote was that the minimum wage in Bulgaria should be half of the average pay. So I'm not going to further dwell as to how this influenced the life of each and every one of us. But Bulgaria has to understand that if we misinterpret European legislation, we would be suffering even more. But what is important to explain here is our children, how we teach them to assess, process, and evaluate the information, because the threats are everywhere, among their friends, in the media, in the social platforms, and moreover, and most importantly, the algorithms of these platforms. I was talking to an MEP last week who is very active in terms of mental health. He says that when people, young people, are in a bad mood, they go to a platform in order to listen to certain type of music. But when the spell of bad mood is over, when they're no longer having the blues, they are still flooded with the same kind of music. And then the influence of children in the schools, in real life, is very strong. We, as entities in the active social texture in the network of the society, we have to understand that this information starts from small scale choices we make in the family, in education, and the behavior model that the media impose on young people. And here I'm looking at Ms. Momchilova, and I'm really tempted to ask a question. So how did you allow The Bachelor to be streamed on a national TV channel? And that's the end of my contribution. Thank you for asking this question, but I was criticized for not liking this format. And I was really having a serious fight. I had to take the consequences of that from the criticism of liberal media because I dared to criticize this kind of format. But frankly speaking, initially it looked quite different. Then, as a regulator, we do not have the right to interfere into the content of commercial TV channels. And in order to provoke some sort of a discussion, let me say that monochrome thinking can result into a revolution in the society is terribly wrong. I can quote all sorts of one-liners, but if somebody can tell us what the doctrine should be, that the liberal doctrine should be, is wrong. There is nothing wrong with living in a multifaceted world, but it is frightening when lies are not seen as such and when journalism doesn't respond. So we are not going to have enough time for this panel. I'm afraid the organizers will ask us to wind up. I know that both the participants in the hall and those online would have something to say to enrich our discussion. However, we have to close this panel. We are more than half an hour late, and that's why I only have time to thank all the panelists and all the participants, and I must vacate my chair so that the next panel can begin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Готови ли сме?
Are we all set? Good morning. I'm Bogomil Nikolov. I represent here the third group at the Bulgarian ESC. I'm also a member of the EESC. I deal with a consumer protection organization in my daily life. Ever since consumer protection has been put in place, we've been busy telling people how to tell true and untrue apart. In a sense, we put in place what we've been talking about in one particular field. At the market, each of us could be given untrue information. There are, however, numerous tools developed over time to help us teach consumers verify that information. That, however, as I offer as background, as a starting point. This panel will talk through the perspective of professionals, of journalists, as those practitioners are at the same time victims of disinformation, but also the warriors against disinformation. So we lay all our hopes, the citizens, that with what they do, with their professionalism, they'll be able to counter all that. I wouldn't like to waste any more time. That's why I'd like to turn it over to our first participant. Unlike each and every one of us, he was first deprived of his voice or the media he worked for, and then he was expelled from his country. So his CV is telling enough in its own right. He's a professional journalist. His name is Tikhon Dziotko. You have his CV in your folders. I'll turn the floor over to him by asking the following question. If I were a representative of Russian authorities, I'd have announced him as a source of disinformation, as someone who doesn't tell the truth. That's why it's very important to hear his response to that. Why is it that had I been representative of Russian authorities, I wouldn't have been objectively right? Over to you.
Well, I'm afraid I did not perfectly hear your question. I mean, the translation. So if you could repeat it, that would be wonderful.
If I was representing Russian authorities, I would say that you are source of disinformation. And what would be your response to my blames?
Just once again, because I heard the Bulgarian translation now, so could you repeat it in English and I will answer. I'm sorry for these technical issues.
So, на български or in English?
English.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, if I was representative of Russian authorities, I would introduce you as a source of disinformation. Why I'm not right?
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. Let me say just a couple of words about myself. My name is Tikhon Dziotko. I'm editor-in-chief of TV Rain. This is the Russian-speaking TV station. Unfortunately, in a week after the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine, we were forced to leave the country. And now, as many other independent Russian media, we are based outside of Russian Federation. We are based in Riga, in Latvia, and in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands. But of course, our main audience is still in Russia, and monthly we have around 10 to 12 or 13 million viewers, unique viewers in Russia. Why we were forced to leave the country? Because Russian government, Kremlin, Vladimir Putin, and other people in the Russian government. They don't want people in the Russian Federation to know the truth. And they were building this atmosphere of lies and disinformation for years. They were putting a lot of money in this machine of propaganda in Russia and outside of Russia. During the previous panel, someone mentioned RT and someone mentioned Sputnik. Tens of billions of dollars were spent by the Russian government to expand this machine of propaganda. But more money were spent inside the country, so that people in Russia believe that the earth is not round, that the white is black, that NATO wants to attack Russia, that all the Ukrainians are neo-Nazis, and that Russia needs to denazify Ukraine, etc., etc. The answer to your question is very simple. When we look at the facts, we see that all the information which is being spread by Russian propaganda is just false. They have several options to spread this fake information. The first option is just to tell lies. For example, they tell that Ukrainian soldiers crucified a young boy in the city of Slavyansk. It was in 2014, right after Slavyansk was liberated by Ukrainian forces. Slavyansk is a small town in Donetsk region. And in 2014, right after this city was liberated by Ukrainian forces, Russian state TV made a huge story about how Ukrainian soldiers, after they liberated the city, they crucified a 7-year-old boy on the main square. The problem was that it never happened. They, for example, in this story, they told that the main square in Slavyansk had the name of Lenin, but it doesn't have the name of Lenin. There is no Lenin Square in Slavyansk. And of course, this story never happened. And we, TV Rain, we found the woman who was telling this story in this story on the Russian television, and she told us on air that it was a lie she was spreading on air. But the problem is that a lot of people, unfortunately, believed in it. So it was just a lie. The second option for Russian propaganda, for a Russian disinformation machine, is to tell that everything is not that obvious. They find some statements by some, I don't know, for example, if we're talking about the war in Ukraine now, they find statements by some insignificant Ukrainian politicians. For example, a politician who is no one. He used to be politician years ago, but somewhere in some interview, he said some weird phrase, for example, and they would present it. Russian propaganda. They would present it as the position of the Ukrainian government, this is one of the main ideas of Russian propaganda, to build this impression in the heads of its viewers that the world is not, that the situation is not obvious. For example, if NATO is not aggressive towards Russia, then why NATO countries are sending weapons to Ukraine? The answer is very simple, because Russia attacked Ukraine, and that's why NATO is sending weapons. But for the Russian propaganda, it would sound like this. They are saying that they don't want to attack Russia, but they do attack Russia by its weapons in Ukraine, etc., etc. So again, the answer to your question is that these guys in Russian state media, they are telling lies, and we are telling the truth based on the facts. We have people on the ground. We have experts who are experienced and who know and a lot of things, and we have evidences. They don't have them.
Много благодаря.
Thank you. We've heard something particularly relevant, and I think the thing I'd like to single out from what you've said, this is the word evidence. Evidence is indeed the key to finding the truth, but it's not that easy, because evidence could be found or not found, and eventually media are not caught. The public could always fall prey of non-evidence-based statements. And that reminds me of an emblematic case in 1633 when Galileo said, and still it turns. From the perspective of the status quo back then, he was a disinformer. Still, we do have evidence, it exists, but there are still people who don't accept that. If you look at flat earthers society, you'll quickly see that information trickles down to minds, but disinformation does so, making use of pluralism. Now I'd like to turn to our next speaker. In fact, it's a team of speakers from the Bulgarian National Television. All Bulgarians here know them. Ms. Dobrina Cheshmegieva is every Tuesday's host of a program where different points of view are presented. And if someone says something's white and the other one objecting it's black, is one of them a disinformer, or is it an expression of pluralism? Do you have to judge in the end who is the liar and who speaks the truth? What's the role of journalists? Ms. Nadia Obretenova will talk us through how the Bulgarian National Television fact checks. And I have another provocative question to her. To what extent the facts you check and clarify, to what extent do they reside within a chamber of those who are informed? How can you get to those who are prone to believing troll factories enclosed in their own bubbles? Could those two bubbles interact? Over to you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank everyone for the invitation. As journalists for the National Public Service Media, we're pleased we can tell how we deal with disinformation and fake news. As TV journalists are well trained to be succinct because time costs money. I'd like to thank you for staying in this room to also hear us. And we'll try and stick to the wave of accuracy and precision. Mr. Nikolov, the last say is for people, for the public, for the viewers. The truth is it's quite difficult, especially in the course of election campaigns, and we've witnessed quite a lot of those over a short period of time, and more's coming up because we have the local elections coming up. So the law obliges public service media to give the floor to all participants. In our studios, we don't have people invited as a result of their CVs or points of views, as you mentioned. In those periods, we need to allow absolutely everyone who meet the rules, the eligibility rules for taking part in the election programs. We have to invite them, and we've discussed that largely with our colleagues, including Ms. Momchilova, representative of the Electronic Media Board. In our opinion, the reputable public service media might become the arena of dissemination of fake news and disinformation. Whenever we can, we try and suppress that. But in a live program with 4 to 5 participants at the same time, we are not AI, so we can't possibly automatically check any fact they make public for our public. And I think legislation could help us here, because further to breaking the rules concerning hate speech, homophobia and xenophobia, I think the law could provide for sanctions for the dissemination of fake news and disinformation. I think that could be provided for in a much more straightforward manner, because that will also allow us feel freer should someone break those rules, that not only in the course of so that we can respond as this discourse is going on. Hate speech, xenophobic statements, whenever we hear those, we respond immediately. But there are some of those that sound completely makeshift, fantastic conspiracies, but I won't be quoting those, but they render a meaningful discussion into a parody which is offensive for us and for our viewers. The Bulgarian National Television has taken a lot of steps, and I can see Mr. Sharkov, head of the security lab at Sofia Tech. I'd like to thank him for bringing us on board on projects, helping us to tell apart fake news in different manners. I'd like to thank Boyko Blagoev, who reached the Bulgarian National Television so that we joined the Bulgarian-Romanian laboratory to find fake news. And now over to Nadia Obretenova, further to knowing her all too well from the screen. She's in charge of our whole fact-checking team. Hello. I hesitated a lot whether to use the military terminology and metaphors in sharing my reflections on this uneven competition with disseminators of fake news and disinformation. You mentioned we were warriors, and indeed we are at this front. One can safely say that we at the public TV have had our victories, but we have still a lot of struggles and battles to fight. And to take on from what Dobrina said, lawmakers have to, and Ms. Bogdanov mentioned the responsibility of the state that shouldn't be imaginary and hypothetical, but that responsibility should translate into amendments of the law to fight against disinformation. It rests with lawmakers to define what disinformation is, to put that definition in the law so that liability can be sought. Professor Milena Dobrova from Sofia University's GATE project is here. Together we work on a project to fact-check on a daily basis since the beginning of this year. We have a special team put in place at the Bulgarian National Television. There's a journalist from the Information Directorate together with cameramen, editors and producers. Together we check disinformation messages, statements, conspiracy theories and facts we consider to be overtly fake. This isn't an evil battle, though. As you know, disinformation spreads at the speed of light, and our audience prefers to buy well-wrapped, attractive facts, scandalous facts, and they're much more effective and quick in us rebutting those facts and messages, fake facts and messages. To avoid boring you any further, we've prepared a video for one of the last fact checks of our team. It's a video we usually air in the course of our central news emission. You might have seen such publication on central media claiming that students who've been through military training will be mobilized and sent. The interpreter apologized, but we have a mix of sound that makes it very difficult to interpret. fact check shows that this can't possibly happen on the grounds of the trainings to protect the country that is expected to start in the beginning of next year. The training that you are so happy about means that after 11 hours of assembling and disassembling a machine gun, this means that you will be mobilized. The interpreters cannot hear the sound in the booth. We apologize, but it's very difficult to interpret that. A draft ordinance on the conditions to organize that military training of Bulgarian nationals to protect their country. The training will be held for the 10th and 11th graders, a total of 10 hours. It will be held unattended by the class teacher and will be held by civilians or servicemen from the Ministry of Defense, and that would be theoretical training. So the purpose is to get to know how our country can be protected, how to survive in the event of natural disasters, emergencies. No practical classes to handle guns, firearms is envisaged, and no mobilization after high school. We asked the Ministry of Defense whether those who have been trained are subject to conscription. Students like that are not subject to conscription. It will take place in the classroom, not on a polygon or any military facility. It will be attended by class teachers. Students will not undergo military training, will not be entered on the conscription list, and will not be conscripted. In conclusion, military training has no bearing on conscription. Those subject to conscription is provided for in several laws. So only those who satisfy the statutory requirements would be subject to conscription. You can find further details on our website. Should you come across information that gives rise to questions or suspicion, do not hesitate to reach us.
So that's how we work. We understand that we are not as fast as those who send the information out, but only after checking the facts can we fight disinformation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. I understand this is only one of many methods that can be used, and I also realize that it somehow lags behind the events. We started this panel with the keyword evidence, and your program very quickly provides evidence, and this is your contribution. Now we move on to the next participant in our panel, Mr. Ivo Todorov, is the Director of Digital Programming in the Bulgarian National Radio. You also have such a program. I personally follow it regularly on your internet page. My introductory question to you is that enough? What else can we use? And I will stick to the same terminology. What else can we mobilize in this fight? Thank you, and I'd like to thank the organizers. Yes, indeed, all of us, journalists, create information, and we are also consumers of information. And because of the digital environment in the world around us, there are millions of units of information. Even in this hall, via internet, information is abundant. And each of us can be the creator of an information unit because of the digital world. In the social network this morning, I published on my profile information about this conference. So everybody who follows my webpage knows I'm here. So hello. Setting up the digital environment has both its pros and cons. Those who create information belong to two categories. those who in goodwill trust incorrect information and those who promote this kind of information maliciously. And there are people, the fact-checkers, who check facts about such malicious who check such malicious units in the on the web. They are trained to do that. From the purely psychological point of view, it's human nature. Perhaps the Bulgarians have more of that. And they think that if something is being checked, then probably there is a grain of truth in it. That's why it's very important to provide facts in order to prove disinformation. Of course, it very much depends on your education, on the ability of the individual to sieve through the facts, to go carefully through the pros and cons and understand what is true and what's not. For the Bulgarian National Radio and Bulgarian National TV, it's important to say that they are funded under the current legislation per hour of programming. And what we broadcast would not exist unless it is in the digital environment. So all our reports and interviews on air will have no value unless they're present in the platforms. And that is why for some time the radio, National Radio, has been calling for funding for the digital medium, for the platform, for our publications on the platform, because the shelf life of our products would be longer. There would be more people who would have access to these programs. The social networks pose quite a challenge. In the past, pubs or inns used to be the social media. There people would hear the gossip, who's getting married, who's having a baby, and so on. But the social networks in their current shape and form give us access to a lot of information, and we simply cannot digest it at any point in time. However, the space there allows for a huge amount of disinformation on COVID, on other conspiracy theories, the war in Ukraine, etc. The Bulgarian National Radio, on its webpage, shows a banner which refers to further information on the war in Ukraine. And even people who have visual impairment can have access to information there. And the news at the 12 o'clock also is a program which is available to people who have hearing impairment to listen to the news because of the fact that the news program is translated in sign language. Thank you. A miracle happened. We are 1 minute ahead of the time allotted to our panel. I believe that the last two concluding contributions will not be very lengthy, and I'm looking at Ms. Rusinova. Do we have the time for at least a short discussion? Vice President of CTUB, it's very difficult to discuss this rather specific topic, particularly after what we heard from the experts, and they described it in detail. However, I could not help but say something, and I apologize to the audience ahead of time. And it concerns the previous panel. Somebody took the liberty to use the European Economic and Social Council and the House of Europe in Bulgaria, that is the House of the European Union, to provide a piece of disinformation to all the participants in the hall and online. There are employers, there are trade unionists, there are members of the academia, some of them online, etc. So Milena took the liberty, and I think she left now, Ms. Angelova, said that the implementation of a European directive, even though partial implementation in Bulgaria concerning the increase of the salary in this country, has a negative impact on the Bulgarian society. I certainly find it hard to believe that someone can take the opportunity to use this platform for this purpose. The civil society must fight against such actions. I'm a member of the civil society. I'm fighting against such actions, and we should probably apply the provisions of the legislation for rallies, meetings, and demonstrations to fight this kind of disinformation. The second appeal I would like to make on what was mentioned in the course of this event is the following. I would like to call upon the members of the media, all the ladies and gentlemen of the media, to quote correctly. Please do not use such high forums as the current one or the European Parliament to talk about something which is not true, and to explain how implementing an EU directive is harmful to all Bulgarian citizens, specifically when it comes to the pay of the category of the people whose salaries are the lowest in this country. I am sorry that I'm being provocative. I simply cannot help saying this. Milena said we should not be listening, but we were listening very, very carefully indeed. And was it disinformation that she said that and used this word? So I'd like to hear the experts. Thank you. Thank you. This was a very clear demonstration of pluralism. In our council, we have been doing this for 20 years. There have been opposing opinions all this time. And this is a demonstration of democracy that has nothing to do with what we call disinformation and what we are trying to fight against. The clash of opinions has always been there. Opinions can always vary. This debate will continue within the institution we represent. However, I would like to call upon the panelists and ask for their permission to sum up. Very briefly. Sorry, someone else requested the floor. Thank you. I'd like to go back to the topic of the panel and the role of the journalists. My name is Milena Dobreva. My name was mentioned as well as the Bulgarian-Romanian Observatory for Digital Media. Mr. Blagoev mentioned it first. And then you saw an outcome of our efforts. This video from the Bulgarian National Television program was shown, and the Bulgarian TV is a partner of ours. Our observatory is still very young. We started working in January, but still we already have something to show. It's a partnership of 12 institutions. It's funded through Digital Europe, a program of the European Union, in part. I work for the GATE Institute, which specializes in metadata to serve in the service of an intelligent, smart society. We wear many hats, so when you hear the word observatory, you probably imagine something that oversees the situation, the gross situation, rather than look into the details. We are linked to the European Observatory at EDMO, and it was mentioned as well. In EDMO, there are several areas of work, and we also do that. First, fact-checking, You saw our contribution in this field through this demonstration of the Bulgarian national TV. Our portal contains information about facts which have been checked, just like the France Press Agency, which is a partner in our consortium. But we also get information from the colleagues from Romania. We are a regional observatory. We serve both countries. Our activities cover education as well. They will unfold in the future. And we are thinking of professional training of journalists there. That is probably why I took the floor now in this panel. We will also train teachers. This is a group that has been in the focus of attention of late. But in our training, there would be many examples, which I would call evidence-based. So our methodology is slightly different. Another area of work for us are various surveys. My colleague recently reported on the first outcome of the survey on the attitude vis-à-vis Ukrainians in Bulgaria, the refugees in this country. Interesting facts come up, and there will be a lot that our observatory will be reporting in the next couple of years. I don't want to take up more of your time. If you are interested, please come to me and we can have a chat in the break. Good. And one more participant asked for the floor. I was provoked. My name is Georgi Sharkov, head of the cybersecurity laboratory at the Soviet Tech Park and the Information and Communication Technologies Institute, where I worked until recently. Ms. Cheshmegieva mentioned the cyber aspect of the issue, and I would like to go back to something mentioned in the first panel. There is an army fighting with the goods, with the good guys. We present the information that has been checked, but there is a strong, well-paid army of disinformation. We're talking of hybrid wars. Hybrid wars have always been there, but now because of the internet, social networks, platforms, even more so. What's important to fight it? It's important to show the network, the channels, the actors, the channels of distribution, the main players who channel and support the proliferation of this information. They are well paid or voluntary, and of course, ChatGPT of late. Let us not leave that out. So these channels are what is in the focus of our interest. Together with my colleagues, we focus on the content, fact-checking and information, all right, but we try to show the channels. We use social network analysis of a different level. This has nothing to do with social networks. We are focused, we're interested in the actors, including the sources of funding, etc. I think on the one hand it's important because it will help make the network more public, and then it would be able to prevent disinformation in its wake. And thirdly, it would be more difficult for this information to reach to its audience because official channels like TV and news agencies are a Don Quixote in a way. They are fighting a network which is there, but then there are other channels that this network can use, and we end up in the same situation. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you. You opened the door, if you wish, to another major debate. And frankly speaking, I do not envy journalists fighting against all these cyber tools, artificial intelligence, machines in general, to put it in general terms, is very unequal. So when you see a fake photograph, the AI can create another 100 pictures very quickly. Last week, for the first time in a different format, I saw such a photograph. It showed the detention of Donald Trump. 10 policemen were there, but this picture was artificially generated. It was created by AI. When you add up to that the capacity of machines to send out this picture in the flash of a moment, I simply hate to think how difficult it would be for people to catch up. On the other hand, there should be other machines getting, so to say, mobilized and organized to counteract that. But this is a subject to other debates. Thus, allow me to close this panel. I'd like to thank all the panelists, even though only one is still with me. But I would like to now ask Ms. Rusinova to close this event.
Благодаря много на всички.
Thank you all. I'd like to thank all colleagues who took part in this discussion. Allow me first to give the floor to Mr. Markus Pentinen, a chair of the EU-Russia Commission within the Economic and Social Council.
My name is Markus Penttinen. I'm coming from Finland. I'm the chair of EU-Russia and Central Asia Committee within the Economic and Social Committee. And I'm very happy to be here today because I can already see I have drawn the conclusions that our seminar has been very successful. A number of great contributions, great opinions, great arguments, and a lot of factual information. So I would like to also underline that today we see a start of the awareness-raising campaign. This campaign runs on Bulgarian and in English for 1 week, and you can find more information about this campaign on the tweet pages of the Economic and Social Committee, where we have this External Actions Rex Committee. So take a look at that, please. And alongside conference and this awareness-raising campaign, we have also more information on the homepage of the Economic and Social Committee. Please take a look at that, and there this information, so you can find a lot of useful information there. This conference campaign and also all the other informations are the first steps of the Economic and Social Committee in our efforts to mobilize the civil society in the fight against information manipulation and foreign interference. We have to defend our democratic systems, and we have to combat those kind of foreign interferences. As a chair of the EU-Russia committee, I would like to underline one thing. We have to make clear distinction between the Russian power, those people who have power, they are called vlast in Russian, and on the other side we have normal Russian citizens which are now under heavy pressure, and many of them are trying to combat or at least defend the democratic values and so on. I would like to mention as an example those courageous journalists and so on. This is one reason why the EU-Russia and Central Asia Committee with an Economic and Social Committee is actively cooperating with those forces, those Russian citizens which want to defend those European democratic values. More in general, Economic and Social Committee will continue activities to involve civil society from the EU, candidate countries, Moldavia, Ukraine, and so on, Russia, Global South, and so on. We will reflect together information and disinformation, because these information and disinformation debates will foster democracy and active citizenship, so that everyone is able to make their own judgments based on factual and reliable information. And so we want to have a more cooperation with our civil society counterparts and with the European institutions. Finally, I would like to raise the words of the President of the Economic and Social Committee, Rex President, Mr. Dimitriadis. He said that together we are a strong team. I repeat, together we are a strong team. And let's continue on this track, and let's continue our cooperation. And to our Bulgarian friends and colleagues here, I would like to say one word in Bulgarian, Благодаря. Thank you.
Благодаря и аз още веднъж.
Thank you once again. I'd like to thank the initiative, the colleagues and partners from the European Economic and Social Council. As a chair in my first term, this is the first event that we organized together. I will begin by saying this is the first event. However, I hope it will only be the first of a series of many others. I hope we will be working not only at the national level. I just heard there were so many initiatives, they simply need to be promoted a little bit more. At EU level, we need to further talk about this topic. As mentioned at the beginning, it concerns the daily life of people. Disinformation, unfortunately, has different dimensions which touch upon our day-to-day life. Politics, media, education, consumer issues, fake products, and global issues like the war in Ukraine, the COVID crisis, and so on. Finally, allow me to mention, I believe that the interest we provoke today and the interest in all of our partner organizations and all the media that took part will continue keeping up this interest. In Bulgaria, we don't talk about this topic enough, and it is outside the scope of interest for, let's say, legislative initiatives. However, while I was away, I managed to take part in another event, namely an event which deals with specific aspects of the demographic issues in Bulgaria. This is, of course, not only a Bulgarian problem, but in Bulgaria the situation is quite serious, and disinformation is indeed a factor of that. A lot of what we hear about other countries, of trends overseas, becomes subject to disinformation. And that is why we in the Bulgarian Economic and Social Committee is what we focus on. Namely, Bulgaria joining Schengen this year will change the country's image. And the other thing that's of interest to us is the extent to which disinformation influences people's income. Because at the end of the day, the lack of sufficient information can mislead people. And the conclusion we should all draw is that we need to do more reading, there should be more investment in education, so that all of us should be able to be responsible within the ocean of information that surrounds us, to be responsible citizens. Thank you again. I hope that similar events will take place in other member states this year. course in partnership with the European Economic and Social Council. We, as a national economic and social council, are ready to share our experience with other countries. Thank you.
А сега заповядайте на
You are now invited to join us for lunch for informal discussion.